Lene, are the cards coming up on the screen? Ready? Okay, if we can have your attention. Thank you. This is the recognition part of our board meeting, and it's one of our favorite parts because this is the time where we get to recognize some of our amazing students for some of their amazing work. So the way it will work this evening is we will have their principal or administrator up at the podium, and they will call your name, students. As they call your name, we're going to ask you to come up over on this side, and we have staff here who will hand you your certificate. Our board members are going to come out in front to shake your hand and congratulate you, and then you will continue walking over, stop in front of the camera. That's your picture moment, okay? Make sure you smile big, hold your certificate upright. I always used to say that as a principal and as a teacher. Parents don't want a picture of just the certificate covering your face. So lower it down, hold that chin up high and proud, and smile for the cameras. Then we'll have you exit on this side. You can then go back to your seat, or you can continue walking all the way up the stairs. Parents, you can meet your children out in the lobby. We have our big backdrop ready for you also to have additional photo opportunities, okay? Sound good? Okay, thank you. So first up this evening, we are going to recognize our holiday card winners. And this is a contest that we started, I'm not sure how many years ago, probably 10 years or so ago, where we invite all students in the district to design a holiday card that will be sent on behalf of the board and cabinet to all of the other districts and schools and partners that we work with. There were almost 300 submissions this year, and we asked the advanced placement art students to be the judges. And so our students actually selected our winners. We have 3 administrators here this evening, so I'm going to ask Mrs. Parente, Mrs. Juan, and Mrs. McDonald. They are coming up from Paloma, Bella Vista, and TVHS, right where we are tonight. They're going to tell you a little bit about their winner, their student who's won, while the student's artwork is up on the screen. Go ahead, Mrs. Parente.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to recognize the fabulous work that our students do. And tonight we are proud to recognize Matilda Armeni. Matilda? Matilda gave us a little information about herself. She is 10, but she wants to be 11, and she has been a Paloma Panther since kindergarten. She has 2 younger sisters, Emma and Olive, and she is mostly a self-taught artist, but did have an art class in 2nd grade. She said, in creating her artwork, she asked herself, what is the most classic Christmas movie ever? And her first thought was The Grinch, specifically the 2018 version. In the scene that she created, shading, she felt, was extremely important for the Cindy Lou character because it made the hair look more real. The same was true for the Grinch. However, he is farther away and not the main focus in the picture. And in the movie, the Grinch was angry and knocked down a snowman, and that is why in this scene he is hiding behind the snowman. Thank you for your great artwork.
Good evening. My name is Amy Juan, and I am principal at Bella Vista Middle School, and I am proud to introduce Miss Liana Anderson. Liana is an 8th grader, Silver Hawk at Bella Vista. She's been at Bella Vista since 6th grade. She's been in art for 2 years, this year in advanced art. She is a math wizard also, a very kind and helpful young lady. She is currently in our advanced art class and our advanced art club, and her favorite media to work with is graphite. Congratulations, Liana.
All right, good evening. My name is Jessica McDonald. I'm an assistant principal at Temecula Valley High School, and I'm here on behalf of our interim principal, Ray Johnson, and I am proud to introduce Claire Stump. Claire is an 11th grade student at Temecula Valley High School. Super talented, and we are super proud of her and her artwork. Nice job. Yep, that's yours. Thank you.
All right, let's give all of our holiday card winners a round of applause. Okay, next up this evening, we are going to celebrate our student ambassadors from our elementary schools in the central region. So we have quite a few principals and administrators and teacher leaders here with us to do that this evening. Abby Ranke Elementary School, I believe we have Mr. Miller I saw out there, ASB coordinator. He's going to come up and call students. Again, you'll come up over on this side, come across the stage, and stop for your picture. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Ms. McClay. Welcome, board. I'm here to introduce ASB for Abby Ranke Elementary School. First, we have our secretary, Jonas Andrews. Our vice president is Olivia Holmes. Our treasurer is Camila Harris. And our president, Emerson Maines.
We are now ready to announce Crown Hill Elementary, so I would like to invite our principal, Mr. Hackney, up to the podium, and he is going to call the names for those students.
All right. Good evening. I would like to announce and congratulate our Crown Hill Student Council for the 21-22 school year. 22-23 school year. Time flies. Our first person is our treasurer, Mr. Gavin Vaughn. Our assistant to the treasurer, Eden Campbell. Our secretary, Beckham Smith. Our assistant to the secretary, Emily Valle. Our vice president, Autumn Richardson. Our assistant to the vice president, Kayla Thaxton. Our president, Mr. Wyatt Gates. And our assistant to the president, Kayla Dawson.
And at this time, I would like to invite Ms. Parente again to the podium to announce her students from Paloma Elementary.
What a great night it is for Paloma. I'd like to invite Sandy Myers and Jennifer Jannard, our student council organizers, to come up to the podium to announce the names of our student council members. Where did they go? There they are. Here they come. Got the names right here for you.
Thank you for having us this evening. So our Paloma Elementary Student Council officers, Harper Feldstead is one of our co-treasurers. Costa Velaskakis is another treasurer. Rosemary G is our secretary.
And we have Kason Hamilton as our co-president. And Marley Nickel as our other co-president. And next up are our amazing Rancho Roadrunners. At this time, I would like to invite up our Student Council Ambassador Teacher Leaders, Miss Amanda Crowley and Miss Sarah Brainack. And I also believe we have Mrs. Hernandez, our principal, in the audience as well.
Good evening, Rancho Roadrunners. We're so excited to be here to celebrate all of your hard work for ambassadors this year. And we will start with Aiden Alvord.
Hi, Aiden Alvord. Oh, I'm sorry. Michaela Amaviska.
Autumn Francois.
Camille Gray.
Avon Keller.
Millie Kerr.
Emma Nava.
Elena Nichols.
Olivia Olson.
Josh Ortega.
Nolan Petrus.
Kaya Ragland.
Sophia Reyes.
Paulina Rodriguez.
Grace Ridebeck.
Vanessa Salazar.
Noel Samay.
Isabella Soriano.
Kaden Wallace.
Owen Whalen.
Ren Williams.
And one more, we have Miles Bustos.
And next up, we have our outstanding Vale Vikings. I would like to invite up to the podium our principal, Miss Tamara Rounds, as well as our ASB teacher leaders, Corey Anderson, Sue Cook, and Kelly Cromwell.
Good evening. We have quite an extensive list, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to let my 3 visionary Viking teacher leaders get started. So I'm going to welcome Miss Corey Anderson, Mrs. Sue Cook, and Mr. Kelly Cromwell.
I was just going to read them. Are we okay with that? Off of here or off of there? I was going to read them off there. Okay. Are you ready, Vikings? We actually moved to a bigger venue tonight because we have so many visionary Vikings with us, so you're welcome. All right. We have Audrey Anderson, Mars Bowman, Audrey Buchelman, Hanukkah Bronson, Tiana Carballo, Allison Cromwell, Aiden Dawson, Zachary De La Cruz, Logan Evans, Violet Gallegos, Alexia Garcia, Anthony Heredia Ortiz, Zoe Hernandez, Lizzie Jimenez, Emily Jones, Lauren Jones, Natalie Crum, Valentina Lozano Ramos, Luke Mitchell, Rosalie Miranda, Chloe Murillo, Skylar Nelson, Jesse Nevedomsky, Caitlin Peace, Kyler Pranchke, Daisy Reyes, Brianna Rios, Jaden Russell, Layla Stevens, Nayeli Taylor, Riley Troy, Joseph Tyon, Danny Walden, and David Zuniga. Vikings, we are so proud of you. Yeah. And last but certainly not least, we have, I believe, the Vintage Hills Huskies in the house. I would like to invite up to the podium our principal from Vintage Hills, April Zickafoos.
Well, I'll wait for half the crowd. Okay, it is with great pride that I introduce our Vintage Hills Junior Ambassadors, and I'm joined tonight by the advisor, Mr. Chris Villanueva, who's here. All right, here we go. Up first, we have Reagan Collins, Jackson Cross, Jamal Dost, Jack Duncan, Heidi Keith, Reagan Keller, Lucy McCurley, Harper Nelson, Maya Nesselrode, Aviana Rios, Colton Spiegel, Nathaniel Stowe, Andrea Tillman, Caroline Warren, and Juliana Yorchek. We are so proud of you, Huskies.
And if I can have everyone give all of our amazing students and teachers a huge round of applause. There's an incredible amount of commitment put in by our principals and our teachers and mostly these students. And what we saw today is leaders in the making. So congratulations to all of you.
Good. The new clerk will do it. It'll be the new clerk, won't it? Yeah, that's not, we'll have a clerk by then. So. We have some extra people who are going to come in now that we have some seats open. So we'll take about a 3-minute break and let everyone get situated. We're running a bit behind schedule already though, so let's stick to the 3 minutes and then we're gonna open the open session. 2022 at 6:16 p.m. The board has been in closed session since 4 p.m. I know it's a little odd for me to be opening the meeting, but this is standard each December, as this is what is called our annual organizational meeting, where we elect a president and a clerk. So I will open the meeting. I'll take attendance, lead the Pledge of Allegiance. We will then conduct a ceremonial swearing-in of our 4 new and returning members, even though they were technically sworn in prior to closed session. We wanted friends and family to be able to observe, so we're doing it in this venue as a celebration. I will then do the first 2 items on the agenda before turning the meeting over to the new president and clerk. So in attendance this evening, we have Mrs. Allison Barclay, Mr. Danny Gonzalez, Dr. Joseph Komrosky, Mr. Stephen Schwartz, and Mrs. Jennifer Wiersma. We also have in attendance the superintendent, Jody McClay, Mrs. Nicole Lash, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Support Services, Mrs. Kimberly Velez, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Support Services, Mr. Frank Arce, Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources Development, Mrs. Nicole Deas, Assistant Superintendent for Student Support Services, and Mrs. Lene Anasibar, our Executive Assistant to the Superintendent. If you would all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the moment a lot of folks are waiting for. We're going to do our ceremonial swearing in. So we are very honored this evening to have the president of the Riverside County Board of Education here, Barbara Hale, and she will be swearing in 3 of our new members, Mrs. Wiersma, Dr. Komrosky, and Mr. Gonzalez. So I'm going to ask the 3 of them to go up and meet Mrs. Hale, where she will conduct the swearing in. We will now swear in Mrs. Allison Barclay. At approximately 9:30 p.m., the governing board will determine which of the remaining agenda items can be considered and acted upon prior to 10 p.m. and may continue all other items on which additional time is required until a future meeting. All meetings are scheduled to end at 10 p.m. Item number K, the organizational meeting. Number 1, election of president. I call for a motion and a second to bring to the floor for discussion and vote to elect a governing board president for the 12-month period commencing December 13th, 2022.
I nominate Allison Buckley.
Second?
I would like to make a substitute motion to nominate Dr. Joseph Komrosky for president.
Okay. Please don't make us have to clear the auditorium. This is a special moment for our new and returning board members. We really want to conduct the business of the district. It is essential. So please, I'm asking you to be respectful and to let us do that business. Sounds like we had 2 motions on the floor. I have a first nomination for Mrs. Barclay by Mr. Schwartz and a second by Mrs. Barclay. First, we should conclude that. All in favor of that?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Okay, motion fails. I now have, it sounds like, a motion for Dr. Komrosky made by Mrs. Wiersma. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Discussion. You may discuss. Go ahead.
Having served on this board for 2 years and realized the duties of the president and the clerk and the heavy burden that's placed upon them, I would respectfully request that we reconsider having a president who has no experience on the board.
I have nominated Dr. Joseph Komrosky because he is an experienced educator and almost a tenured professor. He's a veteran who has served our country, and he is now a trustee who won approximately 5,706 votes in trustee area 4.
I would also like to concur with Mr. Schwartz. I do feel like K-12 education and serving on a board is a completely different aspect of education than serving as a professor, and I do think it's very important to continue some continuity, some experience. I know that most of you have not had experience or have attended a full board meeting, and I find it very upsetting that you would want to lead a board that where you have no experience.
Dr. Komrosky is also a loving father, and he is equipped to do this job. I move that we move to the vote.
Point of order, you don't move to a vote.
And we have been to board meetings, Mrs. Barclay, just for the record. Did you say we hadn't been to board meetings? Did you say we hadn't been to school board meetings? Like attended them? I couldn't hear what you said.
Excuse me?
Can you did you say that we have not attended previous school board meetings?
Not in their entirety. No, you have not.
Oh, so do you know what online is?
I don't think we're here to speak disrespectfully to one another. If you want to consult the board policies,
a false claim
then I would recommend that you do that because we're here to speak respectfully to one another. Thanks.
You made a false claim, thank you. And I corrected you.
In their entirety, just to clarify, in their entirety.
Okay, so I believe we have a motion and a second on the floor. Can we move to a vote?
We do have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? If
Nope.
no discussion,
There's no more discussion.
all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 3-2 with members Schwartz and Barclay dissenting. That means we do have a new president, Dr. Komrosky. And okay. I am going to keep going. I'm going to move on to the next item. As I shared, we'll do the clerk position, and then it is a little bit of an awkward moment where some of our board members will change seats. So I call for a motion and a second to bring to the floor for discussion and vote to elect a governing board clerk for the 12-month period commencing December 13th, 2022.
I nominate Jen Wiersma.
I second that.
Call the vote.
Hang on one second, I apologize. I'm not normally the clerk, so I'm a little bit slow here. So I have a nomination from Mr. Gonzalez for Mrs. Wiersma to serve as the clerk, and I missed who seconded it. Was there a
Mr.
second?
Gonzalez.
No, it sounds like Dr. Komrosky.
Correct.
Move to call the
Thank you.
vote.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
This motion carries 3-2 with 2 dissenting members, Mrs. Barclay and Mr. Schwartz. So give us just a moment, if you would please continue to be respectful while we change seats, and then we will reconvene. So we'll take about 2 minutes and we'll come over and help you to find your seats.
Wait for it to quiet down, thank you. Oh. This is the selection of school district organization SDO representative. I call for a motion as second, bring to the floor for discussion and to vote, and elect a governing board representative to the 2023 annual meeting of the County Committee on the School District Organization. Need a motion and a second.
Moved.
Moved by member Gonzalez, is that right? Do I have a second? Second. Seconded by Mr. Schwartz. Discussion? Any discussion? Thank you for your patience. Any discussion, and then someone needs to amend the motion, so anybody want to discuss this? And I call for the vote. All in favor?
Who are we selecting?
Are we?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's my fault, please. That's my fault. This is so much more complicated than people think, so please, that was my fault. I am assisting Dr. Komrosky as I would any new president. Again, please remain calm so we don't have to ask you to leave. Dr. Komrosky, Mr. Schwartz is correct. We need a name from someone. We have a motion
I
and a
nominate
second on the
Danny.
floor.
I nominate Mr. Gonzalez.
I'd like to second it.
All in favor of Mr. Gonzalez?
It's I. Do you need
Aye.
to explain it so they can hear again?
I
He
did,
read
but
through
they
it.
were talking. I
He read
literally
through
read
it.
out. I'll read it one more time for the sake of clarity. We are selecting a school district organization SDO representative. I vote aye for Mr. Gonzalez. If the board has questions, we'll deal with the questions. All right, anybody else? All in favor of Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Opposed?
Yes, opposed. Again, I would respectfully suggest that we put people in positions where they've had some experience to deal with these organizations.
Motion carries with 2 members dissenting, Mrs. Barclay and Mr. Schwartz. We're going to move on to item number 4. Governing board meeting. If you can't conduct yourselves properly, it might be time to leave the room for sake of conducting business here as a governing school board. Please be respectful. Item number 4, governing board meeting scheduler for 2023. I call for a motion and a second to bring the floor for discussion and vote.
Moved.
To select a schedule for regular in-person board meetings for 2023 with closed session of the regular meetings commencing at 4 p.m., open session recognitions commencing at 5:30, and open session business meeting commencing at 6 p.m. I have a motion, or
Yeah, I'd moved
Mr.
already.
Schwartz moved.
Yes.
Second.
Ms. Barclay, second.
Sorry, did
Any
we-
discussion?
Did we open that for, okay, discussion is now.
Yeah, there are 2 options, option 1 and option 2.
Do we have the option 3? I don't mean to cut you off.
Sorry, go ahead.
Were we given the option 3 that we discussed?
The only 2 options that were sent in the agenda were 1 and 2 that I see. I
There
didn't
are,
see-
there
I
are
didn't see
2
another one.
options on the agenda. I was asked yesterday, as you're referencing, to come up with an option 3 that has more dates that don't coincide with city council meetings. And Mrs. Anasibar, I'm not sure if we were able to do that. Were you able to come up with an option 3? Not yet? Okay, not yet, but we can very easily bring back an option 3. Keep in mind, we have worked closely with the city. We've tried to avoid as many of them as we can. It's not always possible to avoid them all, but out of respect, Mr. Gonzalez asked us to check one more time, and we just haven't had the opportunity today. So if you wanted to table this, you could. I would make one request, and that is that you agree to leave the January 10th workshop, because we have a lot of things we really want to do, especially with a new board at the January 10th workshop. So we could very easily on January 17th or January 31st, if you would just decide which day you want January, we could bring back if there's a third option.
Yeah, I'm open to January 10th for our workshop, but I would like to table this until we can get that third option, if that's okay with everybody.
I'm open at the 10th.
Can I second that, to table it?
Just for the sake of clarity, what are the two dates we're taking in January?
Just one.
Just the
Mr.
10th,
Schwartz,
and then
the
we'll
10th.
decide on the second one? Is that correct?
It's a little difficult for staff to decide on the 10th
what
if
I
we're going to
thought.
have a meeting on the 17th. So I really need you to decide what the regular meeting would be in January, as well as agree to the 10th. And then at the regular meeting in January, we'll bring you all the options. We'll bring you
Okay.
another option.
I would agree to that.
So ask, which date do we prefer for the January regular meeting if the 10th is the special workshop?
I'm open to whatever.
I don't have a preference. Neither,
I don't either.
neither one conflicts with my calendar.
I have a busy calendar. I'd prefer the 31st if possible.
Okay,
Okay?
I'm good with that.
So if I understand, we're going to go with the 10th and the 31st, and then we will, at that point, pick another calendar. Is that correct?
We will have time to confirm if there are any more Tuesdays that currently conflict with
Okay,
the city
that's
that we
fine.
could avoid.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
So then, Dr. Komrosky, we want to,
Okay, let's call for a vote. To approve for the 10th for a workshop, table the rest of the calendar, and then meet on the 31st.
Okay? Aye.
Yes.
Aye. How many in favor? Was it all five? All five. Motion carries 5-0. Now we're on to district policies, number 6. I call for a motion and a second to bring to the floor for discussion and vote to readopt all existing Temecula Valley Unified School District Governing Board policies.
Moved.
Second.
Who motioned it and who seconded it? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
I motioned it.
Okay,
Barclay.
Ms. Barclay, motion, Mr. Schwartz, second, and do we want to open it up for discussion?
Can I move to open it for discussion? You don't even need to move. We can just talk. Okay. So my feeling here is that I don't have enough information to go ahead and make the decision. In looking through what I've read, my preference would be to table it and have additional time to look through it.
so if I may, and I've had a couple of you inquire about this, this is an annual thing where at the end of December or in December, the board is asked to renew all district policies for the next 12-month period. But I am in agreement that the district policies need to be revisited. It's been approximately 6 to 7 years since we did them, but there are stacks and stacks and stacks. So my suggestion would be, since the district needs these policies to operate and no changes have been made to them, that you at least approve tonight so that we can continue operating as normal, and then perhaps assign a subcommittee. We can begin the project if it's directed by a majority of the board. It will take about a year or so to truly go through all of those policies, because I want to say there are hundreds, there could be thousands.
Are there any of those things that you can pull out to discuss if there's deadlines or if it would affect anything we're doing as a governing board? Can you separate that out, or does it have to be all or nothing?
Well, we couldn't separate them out quickly. It's a massive process, and we are very, very concerned that things will fall through. We won't be able to meet student needs, and we will open ourselves up if we don't have those policies rolled over. their employee rights, student rights, parental rights, and many of these are very, very critical to the daily operations.
So if we push the entire thing through, is there any one item there that couldn't be readdressed in some way and changed?
The board always has the ability to bring any board policy back. So again, my suggestion would be we start a committee and really the massive project of looking at them all, but the board can always target one or pinpoint one and say, I'd like to agendize this and bring it forward. Any one of them, at any time.
Is there any legal ramifications for tabling this?
We
That's,
can't
that,
conduct our
that's a great question. I believe that there would be.
Yes.
I believe there are many board policies that are influenced by law in California, by Ed Code. I don't know if Mr. Robbins is in the audience or if the board would like to bring him to the podium to speak directly to that. He is our attorney on the matter. Mrs. Lash, can you think of any off the top of your head that would impede operations? I worry even about our ability for payroll, our ability to recruit candidates, to staff. I mean, there are policies for everything, and this is just kind of an automatic every year rolling over.
Can I add to this as well? I think a lot of these discussions could be have one-on-one with the superintendent, you know, when we have our regular meetings with her to look at what policies are needed to be looked at again. However, we need to move business forward. And this is our first meeting, and this is the time when we get the year started. And by delaying, I mean, even tonight, we're way behind schedule. We need to move things forward while, you know, taking the time to analyze what needs to be analyzed, but not overanalyzing everything, because that's standing in the way of schools operating and people getting paid and us doing our work. This is a lot of distraction, and so we really need to push things forward and have discussions. They don't all have to take place right here. You can look at those on your own, to talk with the superintendent or anyone on the cabinet about questions you have, and then bring them forward at a later date.
At the same time, the difficulty is the onboarding process has been, it hasn't been completed at this point. And so for me, I'm just saying, having looked at it and all there is to read through and digest, as new trustees, we want to do our due diligence, and that's really important to us to understand more.
Well,
and so I would never want to impede the process of payroll or anything that needs to take place, but because this is such a lengthy, if you're looking at resolution, if you're looking at things from 1990 and pushing it through to the end of 2023, I would just prefer more clarity, even if it's a couple more weeks, to be sure. So that's just where I stand, and I would love to meet with Jody, and we'll make that time, but it's been a whirlwind, and we've not even been officially completed with the onboarding process, and so it
Right.
adds to the difficulty, and I just want to do my due diligence.
Well, they have been online. They're online. I mean,
Right.
they're totally
Yeah,
open
if
to
you-
the
But it is a
beginning of
lot.
the campaign. So reference at any time. The point is, we're really just delaying this meeting, and this is just an order of business to move on to the next item where we can, like I said, absolutely more fully dive into pieces that we need to take out, that everyone feels needs to be looked at again. 100% I agree with you on that point. However, right here at this moment, the meeting is getting held up, so.
I understand your point, Mrs. Barclay, and I understand Mrs. Worsma's. Can we get legal to summarize for about a minute? I'm curious. I'd like to hear from legal if possible.
Mr. Robbins, I can't see in the back of the house. Is that you coming down? Thank you very much. He may not be prepared for this topic. We're really putting him on the spot, but thank you, Todd.
Good evening. Name's Todd Robbins, District Legal Counsel. There are policies that you are required to have by law. Your uniform complaint policy, your Title IX policies, among others, anti-bullying policies, things of that nature. It's hard to go through and pick and choose which ones should continue and which ones shouldn't, because in a short period of time, there's a high margin for error. So it would be my recommendation that the board approve the motion to adopt the policies now, and like the superintendent said, if you want to revisit any of them, you can.
Thank you. Please be respectful. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
I oppose.
I oppose. Motion carries 3-2. Thank you. We're going to go back to item number 5, order of business. I call for a motion and a second to approve the order of business for in-person regular board meetings.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Barclay. Any discussion on this?
Call the vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Vote carries 5-0. We're moving on to item L. Closed session began at 4 p.m. The Board of Education took the following action in closed session. There are 4 at the end of the small agenda. Oh. The clerk will do the readout.
It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Barclay to approve the recommendation of the Administrative Hearing Panel regarding the suspended expulsion for case number 203070, and the vote was 5-0. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Komrowski to approve the recommendation of the Administrative Hearing Panel regarding the suspended expulsion for case 302037, and the vote was 5-0. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Wiersma to approve the recommendation of the Administrative Hearing Panel regarding the expulsion for case number 34058. The vote was 5-0.
Item M, recognitions, announcements, school-related organizations. Before the board meeting began, the board recognized our 2022 district holiday contest card winners and our Central Region 4th and 5th grade student leaders. We will now have our student spotlights, CHS, Summer Rashidi and Avery Page.
Hi everyone, I'm Summer Rashidi, Chaparral's ASB president.
And I'm Avery Page, Chaparral ASB's vice president. And before we start, we wanted to welcome the 3 new board members.
Starting off at Chaparral, we had our winter sports rally where we showcased all our fall athletes. This consisted of a few competitions between the teams, and my favorite one to watch was tug of war. The crowd definitely enjoyed supporting our sports teams.
And during lunch last week, we had a fun lunchtime activity. My team, girls varsity volleyball, went against boys varsity football in a volleyball match. It was super fun. There was a huge turnout, and we're probably going to be doing more activities like this with the other sports.
Our PFX show choir group had a holiday show hosted at Day Middle School. I didn't get to see it, but I heard it was amazing. Great job to everyone a part of the show.
Our school's color guard and band had a fun team bonding together. Over the weekend, they did a cycling class.
Our brand program is having a winter concert this Thursday at Day Middle School. This is a great way to end our semester.
In the last semester, ASB has been working hard to connect with our middle schools by having small after-school get-to-know-you events. We've hosted these in hopes to make the middle schoolers feel more comfortable when transitioning from middle school into high school and encourage them to join ASB.
We have more fun holiday activities hosted from our bridge programs. They all handcrafted fun holiday crafts such as hot cocoa bombs, ornaments, keychains, and much more, and sold them. All the money is going towards unified sports.
Every Monday, our Instagram page has been posting Motivational Mondays. And this week was Teachers Can Open the Door, but you must enter it yourself.
Shop is excited to host Holiday Dress Up Day starting tomorrow. Tomorrow is Flannel Day and Santa Hat Day. Thursday is Candy Cane Day, wear red and white. And Friday is my favorite dress up day, Pajama Day.
And this Friday during lunch, we're going to be having our traditional holiday parade, and our school-wide known teacher, Mr. Claus, will be dressing up as Santa. How ironic.
Band and cheer performed in Old Town Temecula's traditional Santa's Electric Light Parade. Great job. I love the show.
And last week, our peer leaders hosted a campus cleanup, and many clubs joined forces in effort to help our custodians and take care of our campus.
During Cat 30, our homeroom, last week, we took the time for our students to fill out the TVUSD Social Emotional Check Survey. This survey was used to check in with the students' mental health in our school and our classes. We'll be giving your results soon.
ASB is excited to have new spirit gear for our campus store. It's going to be filled with crew neck, socks, and a few other student-requested items.
This week, ASB had a $1, $2, and $3 sale during lunch. We have lots of old shop gear, and we came up with this idea to sell students vintage shop gear for cheap prices.
And lastly, we just wanted to say thank you for having us, and shout out to some of our chaparral activism clubs in the audience who are here to further represent our school.
Thank you, Summer and Avery.
Thank you, and have a Puma-tastic
rest of your
day.
Now recognizing Great Oak High School. Daniela Dowd and Nihe DeSouza in for Noel Boglin and Alyssa Key. Excuse me if I mispronounced those.
Hi everyone, I'm Daniela Dawood.
And I'm Neha D'Souza.
And hopefully making its way around to you are our monthly flyers that just showcase some of our highlights from Great Oak. And we're actually the club commissioners from Great Oak, but we're really excited to be filling in for our public relations officers, Noel and Alyssa, tonight.
While we welcome the new school board, we wanted to share some of the fantastic attributes and events that make our campus a space of belonging and support. And just for reference, we're both transfers to Great Oak, as I transferred my junior year for the prestige of the tennis team and for the welcoming committee.
Well, I was an IB transfer my freshman year, where I was only permitted to Great Oak under the scrutiny of my GPA and involvement. So we truly mean it when we say that Great Oak is nothing short of amazing. But we aren't the only ones who agree, as Niche.com and US News Report has identified Great Oak as one of the top high schools in America. With that, our WSP presidents and the majority of our leadership students had the amazing opportunity to attend the Disney Cata Conference over Thanksgiving break. Speaking to nearly 75 schools in the SoCal area, we shared some of our unique events, such as our Red Wave section that was voted #1 in the SoCal region, as well as other forms of recognition for academics, involvement, and athletic excellence.
Just recently, our girls cross country team placed 5th, and our boys cross country team placed 1st in the CIF championship. The boys cross country team also had the opportunity to compete at the Nike Cross Country Championship in Oregon and placed 6th in the nation. Last week, both our JV and varsity dance teams competed in the Valley Fusion dance competition alongside TV and Chaparral High School. Apart from our athletics, we additionally had events showcasing the talents of theater, band, and other performing arts groups.
Working alongside both SHAP and TV, we hosted the Marvelous Show. With the theater filled with loving and supportive members of the community, our special needs students witnessed the degree of inspiration and quality they add to our campus as they showcase their creative talents and sense of individuality. Also, our math club, which consists of 325 students, competed in a world math competition, and we're awaiting the results, but we are hoping to be victorious.
There to support our students at every event is the Spirit of Great Oak Marching Band and Guard, who won 1st place in the California State Championships and broke a record for the circuit. Our amazing students were also invited to participate in the international event in Rome for this upcoming year. These students, alongside our cheer and step team, had the opportunity to perform amazing routines for the judges in the city's Electric Light Parade. From our performing arts groups, our choir team was invited to perform at the Riverside Community Center, as well as at Pachanga Casino, to which they were invited again for a concert next week.
Considering we have nearly 103 clubs on campus, almost all our students of the Wolfpack are involved in some activity in which they find identity, passion, and community. At the end of last month, WSB hosted our campus cleanup where nearly 250 students participated, representing their clubs, and aided in efforts to beautify our campus and environment. In order to promote club activities such as Club Rush, Freshman Barbecue, and Club Council meetings, our students participate in fundraisers such as the recent La Cocina Night, where a large percentage of proceeds and were deposited directly into the club's funds.
Just in time for the change in season, we recently hosted our annual Winter Wish Rally. This included several performances from dance, cheer, step team, Ohana and Haka, and WSB. This event provides our students the opportunity to give back to one another and to form closer connections with their peers.
While our staff and students work together to implement aspects of the SPIRIT acronym, we aim to ensure our campus is a place of comfort and inclusivity. We're so happy to welcome our new school board once again, and we thank you for your time.
Go Wolfpack!
Thank you, Daniela and Nihi. Next, we're recognizing this very auditorium, Temecula High School. Lena and Alicia.
Good evening. It's the final meeting of the semester. Kind of took a while, honestly. But once again, thank you for having us. This time we have a larger audience, so to keep everyone together, I'm Lana.
And I'm Alicia. Before we get into the events, we wanted to say a special thank you to our intern principal, Mr. Johnson. He stepped out of his retirement to take on the position at our school, and he's the most supportive person on our campus, and he's at everything. He wishes students a great day as they're leaving school, and he has conversations with so many of us to really get to know who we are beyond just a name. He'll always be a golden bear to us.
Yesterday, right here in the Golden Bear Theater, ASB held our cultural showcase. Students got an opportunity to learn about the different cultures while enjoying some of the performances from Ohana Maioli, Haka, and Ballet Folklorico. We brought the Great Oak Powwow dancers to TV as well. It was a great show.
This weekend, the Community Mission of Hope and TV is open for our Season of Giving holiday canned food drive. Anyone can donate canned food and hygiene products and new children's toys. Stop by Saturday, December 17th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. to help out during the holiday season. And last Thursday and Friday, TVHS Dance hosted Valley Fusion, their annual winter showcase. With Chaparral and Great Oak, the theater was packed and the audience was super hyped on both nights.
Last Friday, if you heard loud marching and chanting to classic TVHS themed cheers, it was probably us. At the Temecula Electric Light Parade, it was a blast. We had our Golden Valley Regiment, Ballet Folklorico, cheer, and many of our ASB students as well. It was fun, cold too, but mainly fun. It was a fun day It was a fun day getting to work with so many aspects of our school and really show them what TV is all about. Our Golden Valley Regiment won first place in the band category.
Speaking of awards, our girls varsity soccer team is ranked #1 in Division I in the entire state. Congratulations to our girls soccer. And tomorrow, our band, orchestra, and choir will be hosting their winter concert, Carol of the Bears, right here in the theater at 6:30 p.m. Be present to hear our incredible music groups in person.
The Mental Health Club worked with ASB to advertise the importance of mental health awareness for the students. The fair took place during lunch and we served hot cocoa, played upbeat motivational music, and had a Polaroid camera. The line for hot cocoa was never empty and so long the students clearly enjoyed it. It was overall a very big success. Last week, many of our ASB students have a presentation about the difference between common kindness, confetti kindness, and deep kindness. Students learned about kindness and that lasts, deep kindness, something that most would remember. It makes someone's day better and hopefully it will pass on later in the day. Deep kindness is just that. After our presentation, we left a challenge for our students. Each student gets a slip that they can write a deep kindness compliment on and give them to their peers. By next week, whoever has given out the most slips will win.
On Monday, our drama group hosted their auditions for Into the Woods musical that will be happening next semester. I heard it was a very fun process to be part of, and now the auditionees wait patiently for the final casting list to come out.
This week on Thursday, we have our open mic night in the PAC. It's always a perfect chance for our student body to come out and show off their talents, whether it's singing, dancing, storytelling, sharing jokes, juggling, and even more.
On Tuesday, ASL and ASB are hosting a holiday movie in the Big Gym showcasing Home Alone.
And then last month, we held our drive-in movie of 10 Things I Hate About You. The senior lot was filled. And as usual, we gave free popcorn for students who received an academic pin for any student who received a 3.0 or higher GPA.
Improv once again is hitting the marks. They are energetic, creative, and very witty. They had one show earlier this month, and in case you missed it, there is another show this Friday at 7 p.m. in the PAC. Right now, our improv team is hosting workshops. Auditions are taking place Monday, December 19th. They will be changing out the cast for the second semester.
Over the weekend, we held a Super Smash Bros. Tournament here at school with over 50 students who attended. Congratulations to our first place winner, Joshua Kaufman, and our third place winner, Dino Maurice, who competed alongside students from high school and middle schools such as Bella Vista, Rancho Vista, Great Oak, Chaparral, and Margarita Middle.
Thank you once again for inviting us, and thank you to our activist clubs for further representing our school. We will see you again refreshed and energized after the December break. And don't forget, stay golden!
Thank you, Lana and Alicia. Next up, recognizing Rancho Vista High School, Anthony and Enrique.
Good evening, board members. I'm Enrique de la Luz.
And I'm Anthony Marquez from Rancho Vista High School. And we're delighted to share the great things happening around campus to ensure student success. To begin, we offer coaching classes to students. Our coaching serves as mentors and liaisons between students and school needs. We meet with our coaches every week to provide check-ins and discuss grades, assignments, credit checks, encouragement, and motivation, and next steps preparations for life after high school. The best part of our coaching classes include our coaching activities that have monthly themes and occur every Wednesday. This opportunity provides students with a variety of hands-on activities. Some activities this month have included, This opportunity provides students with a variety of hands-on activities. Some activities this month have included creating thank you cards, gingerbread displays, and the joy of giving. The goal is to spread joy and kindness to everyone. This year, we incorporated our Spirit Week with Red Ribbon Week to highlight school pride and drug awareness. We wanted to discourage drug use and encourage self-love and passion. We made students aware of the quote-unquote natural high, which is all about finding your passion. Students were able to lean in creativity and find things that bring enjoyment and fulfillment to their lives. Some activities included wearing red, Throwback Thursday, Pajama Day, and wearing pink in support of breast cancer awareness.
Last time we were here, we shared the planning of our fall festival, which turned out to be a super awesome event. The entire student body participated, and we had 10 booths that were operated by ASB students and staff. This event truly brought the school together and was a wonderful chance for students to bond and have fun. We'd also like to take a second to shout out to Deputy Maynard. This is his first year at Rancho, and he quickly became a member of the Rancho Vista family. He talks to students and staff whenever he has a chance. Everyone at Rancho feels comfortable and appreciative that Maynard is on our campus. We would also like to thank Mrs. Kanukarizi, or as we call her, Miss K. She helped us prepare for tonight, but she also supervises all of the media sources at our school, from the school broadcast to the yearbook team. She's a vital member to ASB, and I can't imagine how things run without her. Our last shout out goes to our principal, Mr. Schlotman. This year is his first year at Rancho. Working with him and seeing him around campus, you can tell he loves to be involved with students and school activities. I always see our principal out there on campus during break and lunch, watching over the students and talking with them. He always seems happy and enjoying school activities, even taking photos to help out the ASB yearbook. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anthony and Enrique. It's my pleasure now. Yeah, it's my pleasure now to recognize the president of TVEA, Edgar Diaz.
Good evening, everyone. Well, back at our big venue that we're at, and I'm glad I put on my one contact so I can see you guys in the distance. It's so far away. Good evening, members of the board and staff. I am proud to represent TVA with the spotlight today. With me are executive officers of TVA, site leaders, and membership. Where are you at? Yeah. TVA is composed of certificated employees of the TVUSD. Our leaders represent school sites and position specialists that support students in different roles. Our membership includes classroom teachers and curricular specialists, speech language pathologists, social workers, counselors, nurses, behavioral therapists, and many more. We engage in discussion with the staff of TVUSD to provide input from each learning environment to maximize learning conditions for the students of TVUSD. With a membership of about 1,300 certificated employees, TVA members are involved in many aspects of our public school system, and we are proud of it. For over 30 years, the educators of Temecula committed to providing service to the community. Many shaped their lives around this commitment, providing opportunities in and out of the classroom, supporting students, sacrificing time with the family to prepare or grade or even contact parents in evenings, taking home the weight of the day to come back stronger with solutions to engage students and or to get them over for the hump the next day. While you have joined the board with limited experience, for those of you who just joined, and knowledge of the workings of an award-winning public school district, we, the educators, are invested in propelling it forward. TVA educators are here today to welcome you to your new position as the Board of Trustees of Temecula Valley Unified School District. We welcome you to meet with classroom teachers and learn about how they balance the rigors of the curriculum with the social and emotional needs of our students. We welcome you to meet with our specialists and to appreciate the tumultuous schedule in providing services and support for children in crisis. We welcome you to reach out to our student body that finds strength in its diversity and experience and thought. We welcome you to visit campuses and be a witness to the experiences that connect our students to their schools. We also welcome you to meet with our classified support staff to appreciate how they keep our schools running. We welcome you to tackle the challenge of taking input from the community at large and reaching decisions that continue our path as a strong public school system that attracts individuals, families, and neighborhoods from, I'm not kidding, all over the world. I welcome you to take the time to learn the strengths of the Temecula Valley Unified School District, including its personnel, to step back and appreciate the diversity that exists, and to create the space for families, students to be valued, and educators to do what they do best. The educators of Temecula Valley will always engage with the board on behalf of students, parents, and the community. Joining as a trustee of the school district is a big job with a large learning curve. Board policies are just the beginning. You're going to get a budget that's going to blow your mind in a few moments. There is a complex system of educators, administrators, and support staff who provide services to students, starting in the classroom to support as counselors, speech, literacy, math psychologists, social workers, nurses, and so many more. Decision made at the board level may have unintended consequences, and our educators are the experts in what they do. We engage with you, the trustees, to welcome you to the TVUSD community in your new role and provide a dialogue and collaboration to continue our success. The path that every student, parent, and teacher and voting member of the community of TVUSD is invested in. We hope to be a partner in continuing the success of TVUSD as we have for over 30 years. Thank you tonight. Good luck for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Edgar. It's now my pleasure to recognize the president of CSCA, Andrew Enrique. All right. Enriquez, excuse me.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andrew Enriquez, and I am the president of Temecula Valley's Chapter 538 for the Classified School Employees Association. Our organization represents almost 1,500 members of the classified staff. For those of you who are new to our district, we welcome you. Thank you for taking the time and the opportunity to give us a chance to talk and listen to our concerns. We look forward in the future of meeting and talking to each and every one of you on behalf of the association. Let me tell you a little bit about ourselves. I am joined by my first vice president, Mr. Johnny Camarena, our chief union steward, Mr. Juan Soriano, and our chapter secretary, Jacqueline Miller. Watching online is our communications representative, Ms. Terry Beatty, and our second vice president, Ms. Kelly Standing Warrior. So, hi guys. Tonight, Chapter 538 welcomes our new trustees, and we look forward to working with all of you. I wanted to take the time to shine the spotlight on just who we are, the classified employees of Temecula Valley Unified. We are the aides, the custodians, the security. We are the crossing guards. We are the LVNs, and we are the health clerks. We are the backbone of this organization. Without us, things go awry. We are instructional assistant, Ms. Janice Montano. Custodian day lead, Dana Beta. Bus driver, George Rivera. Campus security lead, Siddiqui Ellis. Health co-work, Lisa Solorzano. Maintenance worker, Frank Marquez. And grounds worker, James Cummings. There are hundreds more, but these are the few that I wanted to spotlight. CSEA, the classified employees, all of us, are committed to the safety and the education and the well-being of our students and our staff. Our classified employees, as I said, are the backbone of this district. We take pride in our roles to support our students and our staff in the educational process. Many times, we are the first staff members our students see in the mornings, and more often than not, we are the last members they see before they head home. Sometimes we are in charge of feeding those kids, and that may be the only meal that they have for that day. We are the smiling faces that are willing to embrace all students all of the time. We do not look at anyone other than students. That is the pride that we look for. That is the pride that makes this place great. I would like to thank the new members for listening and reaching out to us, and I look forward, as I said, to meet each and every one of you along with my staff. I'd like to thank our executive board, Ms. McClay, who has constantly been reaching out to us on a regular basis on our monthly meetings. Thank you to Mr. Arce for being there as we negotiate. You'll actually see, I believe, some of our handiwork this evening with regards to what are called MOUs or Memorandums of Understanding with regards to new job descriptions. So you'll get a sense of what are some of the things that we do together with the district and with the executive board. Again, thank you very much. Welcome to Temecula Valley Unified, and I look forward to seeing each and every one of you. And when you're on campus, take the time to stop by and thank that custodian, that aide, that nurse, that health clerk. Good night.
Thank you, Andrew. Right now, I'll turn to our clerk. We have one more item to read out from closed session.
It was moved by Member Barclay and seconded by Member Schwartz to approve the recommendation of the Administrative Hearing Panel regarding the expulsion for case number 48356. The vote was 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wursma. And now we're going to take a 10-minute break and then go to public comments. Thank you. This gives a chance for anybody to leave, anybody from the schools that are here. For comment in order received to a maximum of 30 minutes per item. For comments or agenda items or non-agenda items. For consent agenda item topics, a limit of 3 minutes will be allowed from one speaker. Unless the item has been placed on the public agenda in accordance with the Brown Act. There shall be no action taken. No discussion will be made regarding personal issues in open session. All public comments are an important part of the board meeting and are given careful consideration by the governing board. Do we have consensus to move these public comments to 2 minutes to allow more speakers? We won't be able to get to all the public comments. It'd take an hour at 3 minutes apiece.
I say we go to the 30 minutes and then, I don't know. I think we should accommodate everyone who'd like to speak tonight.
There's
I agree.
also,
Do we know how many comments were turned in? Do we have?
19.
It'll be a long night, but yeah.
Danny, can you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to wait till into the 30 minutes and then see how many,
See what I have
how
left,
many more we have?
and maybe taking consensus then,
Yeah,
just so we can get to agenda items. Otherwise, it'll
Yeah.
take up an hour. Okay.
we got a lot to do.
All right, Christopher Bout, followed by Christine Massa.
Good evening, Board President Komrosky. So happy to say that. And the new board members, Jen, Danny. I'm pleased to see you all up there. My name is Christopher Bout. I am a proud parent of two TVUSD students. And out of respect for time and the number of speakers, I'm just going to make this real quick. I just wanted to welcome you guys to, up there on the board, up on the dais. It's a difficult job, and I'm praying for you. I pray for all of you so that unity and God's love and compassion and spirit can pervade this place. And I hope that you guys represent the parents, which I'm thankful that you guys are going to do now going forward. I feel that parents have a voice now. I believe that this evening marks a victory for parental rights. I'm very thankful for that. Regarding the upcoming agenda items,
Let's respect the speaker. Thank you.
yeah. All right, I just wanted to welcome you guys up on the dais. I'm praying for you. Hope that we could achieve unity going forward with the parents and the students in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Christine Massa, followed by Alexis Sanabrio. Christine?
Hello, Mrs. Barkley and Mr. Schwartz, and welcome to the new board members. My hope for the new members is that you'll act in such a manner that I'll hope you get reelected, but so far I'm not impressed. First, when your stance that watching a board meeting online is the same as attending a board meeting, I find that ironic when you so strongly opposed online learning during COVID. You've now made your case that online learning is just as good, and I'm reclaiming my time for that. Thank you. As a notice to members, Wiersma and Komrosky, by the way, if you're going to use your campaign social media accounts to communicate about school board business, as you recently have, you're now legally obligated to unblock the dissenting voices you blocked during the campaign, as you're now violating those followers' First Amendment rights. You must actually hear from and deal with the people who challenge your lies and misinformation instead of pretending we don't exist. Your dissenters have freedoms, too. As I said in a Press Enterprise article recently, my biggest fear about having a Christian nationalist majority on our school board was that you would waste our time by challenging things over which you had no legal standing and the important work of running the district would not get done. So for the new members, and especially you, Director Komrosky, you are fulfilling that prophecy. As you like to say, please be respectful. For example, with the agenda tonight, Agenda 9 is totally unnecessary. The state ed code explicitly condemns racism and all forms of discrimination already. You would know this if you had attended your CSBA training. And learned anything about ed code, but you decided to skip it in favor of a right-wing propaganda training. Additionally, TVUSD policy also condemns any form of discrimination. I'd add that making a resolution against racism is exclusionary on its face. We know that fighting racism, while important, isn't the only form of discrimination. Why call out racism without also calling out discrimination faced by the trans community or the neurodiverse? Or non-Christians? Why do you exclude them from your resolution? It's a good thing that people of any race, gender, creed, sexual preference, or ability are already protected under Ed Code and TVUSD policy. Mrs. Wiersma, the policies have been online and available to you the entire time you've been a parent in the district. Shame on you for never having looked at them.
30 seconds.
Just like you should be ashamed at your lack of presence on campus where your child goes to school. I know because I've been there and looked for you. It makes me sad for your chaparral senior. 10 is also a time waster. If you knew anything about K through 12 education, you'd know CRT is not taught in our school district, and you don't need to do anything about it. I know that there are other people who will speak to it, so I'll move forward. I'd also like to remind Dr. Komrosky about TVUSD anti-plagiarism standards, since you lifted your proposal.
Time is up. Thank
directly
you,
from
Christine. Next speaker, Alexis Sanabria. Followed by Lisa Mann. Alexis?
It's Sanabria, just to make that correction for you. I'm the mother of 3 TVUSD school students, one here right at TVHS. And I'd like to just start by saying thank you to everyone on the board for being here and hearing us out tonight, specifically the 3 remaining members of the board who carried over. And for those of you that are new to the board, I'd just like to tell you that I moved here with my family 11 years ago because the schools here are amazing. And I guarantee that you guys moved here for the same reason. Why you're trying to meddle in something that's working well, I'll never understand. Our schools are a welcoming community for all. We don't need your beliefs and our facts. CRT is not taught in our public schools. I would ask any of you to name a school, a classroom, or a teacher that is teaching this anywhere in the TVUSD system. I would also like to hear from you on what you plan to do to actually learn and do your job, since you have declined training. These are questions we deserve answers to. And you should know that your minority supporters do not represent the parents in this community.
Thank you. Lisa Mann, followed by Madison Fuller.
I'd like to just direct my comments to, as a thank you to our previous board, especially Superintendent Dr. McClay. I am a parent of a middle schooler here in Temecula, and I have been a parent since he was in kindergarten at our schools. And I just want to thank our previous board for safely guiding us through the COVID years and the stay-at-home year. There were some really brave actions happening in this town by them. As we all know, everything pivoted virtually overnight, and beyond the dangers they faced with COVID and the changes that had to be implemented so quickly, they were hit with a lot of accusations, a lot of noise, to dissuade them from doing what was right and what was law of California. And so I just really want to share my appreciation. I also want to give them accolades, because after they did this and made all of our children as safe as humanly possible, they've been attacked relentlessly over the last year and a half, 2 years, 3 years, and have showed grace and courage through all of this. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of you, and those who are no longer on the board and maybe watching us live today. And just a personal anecdote, I did serve on a PTO board of my child's elementary school for a few years, and I took a job I was successful at, secretary. I think I did a pretty good job. And then I took a job as treasurer, a volunteer position as treasurer. It turned out I wasn't a good treasurer, and I did not have the skill set, and I did not have what it took to do that job well for the school. So what I did is I resigned. And there is absolutely nothing dishonorable about finding yourself in too deep in a situation you truly cannot handle, and that you will harm the situation you're in if you stay. So I just want to give this group of...
Please be respectful of the speaker, everyone. Thank you.
I want to give this group of board members encouragement to, if you find yourself in too deep, to please resign. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Madison Fuller, followed by Jennifer. I can't. Neeks? I'm not sure.
Good evening. My name is Madison Fuller, and I'm a junior attending Great Oak High School, as well as the president of Great Oak High School's Black Student Union, and a member of Dr. McClay's Superintendent Student Council. And I'm imploring you not to allow the whitewashing of mine and many other minorities' history, because white people now feel uncomfortable with hearing how white people of the past have destroyed, devastated, and oppressed marginalized groups. I, as a student, and my peers have the right to learn and process the true history and injustices of the past, as we cannot allow them to be repeated. To filter our education about these sensitive topics is to disrespect and undermine the pain, suffering, deaths, beating, protests, and fighting of the oppressed. I am not sorry if a white student feels uncomfortable learning about our nation's true past, because learning about our past allows for a brighter, enlightened, and tolerant future filled with equality. Continue to teach to protect my future as a person of color. New board members that oppose the teaching of CRT have not seen it used in TVUSD classrooms, because it's not. What is used in our classrooms currently is critical thinking, unbiased teachers teaching facts and giving students the freedom and resources to form their own feelings based on facts and help explain why the world is the way it is now, to trace back where specific hate and intolerance is coming from and why. Once again, please continue to protect my future.
Thank you. Jennifer, followed by Adam Evanton. Evan Taub, excuse me. Hey, Jennifer.
Members of the board, thank you for this time to speak tonight. I hope you all are doing well. My name is Jen Reeves. I am a mother, a small business owner, and the local chapter chair for the national organization Defense of Democracy. Today I come simply to introduce myself and the organization I am here to represent. Defense of Democracy is a nonpartisan group advocating for the inclusive public education system. We advocate for legislatures, educators, and administrators who will work to maintain communities as well as public education system that supports and enhances our shared experiences regardless of religious beliefs, cultural background, or sexual orientation. I would like to ask each member of the board to sign our pledge to protect our public schools, our children, and our country. I have the copy of the pledge here today if you are interested. Members of the public can also go online to defenseofdemocracy.org to sign this pledge if they wish. It reads as follows. I acknowledge that my constituency is made up of individuals from every walk of life, all religions, cultural backgrounds, gender identities, and sexual orientations. I recognize that at this time our LGBTQIA+ and minority families face significant threats from Christian nationalists and extremist groups. I I pledge to give a voice to and to protect the civil rights of all members of my constituency. I acknowledge that an excellent public education system and access to information is the cornerstone to a fully functioning society. I pledge to support and, when necessary, to advocate for teachers, librarians, and other educators within my public school system. I acknowledge that these professionals are best qualified to make decisions regarding materials included in their classrooms and libraries. I will leave you with this. I have read through both proposals for tonight, and I understand you want true history to be taught in all TVUSD schools. On that, we can agree. But we must remember, true history includes the lynching of Mary Thomas when she was still carrying her unborn child. It includes Emmett Till, who was murdered for supposedly whistling at a white woman. It includes the Colfax massacre, where up to 153 black people were slaughtered. And it includes Ahmaud Arbery, who was murdered less than 3 years ago in a modern-day lynching, simply for deciding to take a jog. History is repeating itself. We must learn to do better to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Adam Eventov, followed by Sarah Brenner.
You know, that's a tough act to follow. Hi, my name's Adam Eventov. I raised 2 kids in this district, been out here for about 20 years or so. And I want to bring a different perspective and a little bit different topic to the board. I've had the privilege of working with various chambers of commerce, economic development agencies, and groups pushing for the workforce development programs and businesses that will employ your students in the future. This may sound a little bit presumptuous, and forgive me if it does, but I kindly admonish you to think about the role that you play beyond the school board, beyond the school district, that what you do in this room is seen beyond this area. What I mean by that is simply that as we make an effort to bring programs to the city to train students for jobs and be able to pivot and be able to meet the needs of a future economy, that it's a competitive world out there. And if a business wants to look at Temecula, if a business or a training program wants to look at this city and sees discord, to see a circus, to see a spectacle, they're going to go elsewhere. And that's going to put us as a city and as a community and as a region at a competitive disadvantage. Now, that's a little bit hard to swallow because, you know, you guys are focused on you're focused on schools, you guys are focused on some pretty contentious topics and such. But remember that what you do here is seen by the business community, and it matters. And as we go along and try to find ways of training our future students to become future effective members of the business community, the workforce, be able to pivot as economies change and as needs change in the economy, we ask you to remember that a little bit of accord, a little bit of respect, not only amongst the folks that are out here, but amongst yourselves, matters greatly. You are being watched, and it does matter. You serve not only the students and the staff and the faculty, but this region. I thank you very much for your time. Good luck on your year, good luck on your term, and I hope that you can find some common ground in many, many areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. So next we have Sarah Brenner, followed by Rob Claus.
I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and this is my 4th year on the TVUSD's SEL team. I know that our role and work is often misperceived, so I want to clarify for the necessity of our team and the important work we do. About 2 weeks ago, I spoke alongside the SWS directors at California School Board Association's annual education conference on TVUSD's integration of social emotional professionals district-wide. This was the first time our district has been chosen to speak at this conference, and we're honored that this is the topic that represents our district. We are incredibly proud of the team we've created, the work we've done, and I'm here tonight to continue this conversation. There are numerous research reports emphasizing the positive correlation between SEL and students' academic success, including a decrease in suspensions, dropouts, expulsions, chronic absenteeism, and an increase in graduation rates in students prepared to enter the workforce upon graduation. Research tells us that the #1 predictor of future success are children's social skills, even more so than their academics. We do more than just threat assessments and individual counseling. We provide resources and connections for students and families. I can say just my school site alone this semester, I've connected over 50 families to resources and provided supplies for holiday meals and toys, clothing, hygiene supplies, food. We connect refugee families. We support families in finding housing when escaping violence. We collaborate with 504 and IEP teams. We present at family universities to increase parental involvement and understanding of critical issues like suicide, divorce, depression, anxiety, and more. We support and prepare teachers with tools to improve their classroom culture and provide schools with a common language for social issues and peer challenges. We are called on when students are overaggressive, fighting, hitting, punching, kicking their teachers, flipping tables, running out of the classroom, running out of campus. We work with families to battle truancy and absenteeism. Because of us, students know they have a safe place for conflict resolution, handling big feelings, and managing the stress that comes along with being a student. We provide therapeutic supports for students going through important family transitions, grief, life changes, trauma. Some of the students we work with are fighting eating disorders, have parents with chronic illnesses, are homeless, are battling addiction, experiencing significant abuse, and have suicidal thoughts. All of these heavy burdens take away and distract from their ability to learn and be successful in the classroom. Because especially right now, it's so hard to access mental health services and wait lists are long, we're an important bridge for when families are seeking care. At any given time, we have over 1,000 students referred to us, meeting over 750 students on our caseload weekly. Within just the first 2 months of this school year, we've conducted over 84 assessments for students who are suicidal or homicidal. If I'm being frank, I think we can all agree that there are countless number of kids in this district who would not be alive today had there not been a mental health professional from the
30
SEL team in
seconds.
their life. We are an indispensable and crucial part of the school community. And I want to provide you with some statistics and research to why this work is so vital. And I want to emphasize this isn't political, this is just data. In fact, our code of ethics permits us from even imposing our views onto our students. Our job on campus is to keep kids safe. 1 in 6 kids aged 2 to 8 have a diagnosed mental, behavioral, or developmental disorder. 1 in 5 kids aged 9 to 17 have a diagnosable psychiatric disorder. There are multiple.
Thank you, Sarah. Your time's up. Thank you. Rob Claus, followed by Jennifer Schorf. Rob.
My name is Rob Claus. I'm in my 26th year as a teacher in the district. 10 years ago, our district created a part-time administrative position called Charter School Liaison. The person with that job, Scott Schoffel, boasted that his mission was to close Keegan Academy, a successful charter school. Schoffel has been paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to perpetuate this fraud. 2 school district law firms have assisted and protected him. Schoffel unilaterally shortened the Keegan charter term by 8 months, changed board-approved evaluation criteria, and provided false information to the board. The failure of your predecessors is they relied upon unsubstantiated reporting and trust me assurances rather than objective data and the board record. Keegan's director was then forced to sign a new contract that extended the school's charter to the board-approved deadline, prohibited submission of a renewal charter, and transferred liability for the district's special ed screw-up or face imminent closure. That's called extortion. That unlawful contract is nowhere in the board record, yet was cited by Mr. Ritter in his directive to close the school. When Keegan attempted to reopen, Schoffel and attorney Sarah Sutherland told the board that Keegan's record was educationally unsound, fiscally irresponsible, the school was unsafe, and they screwed up special ed. Those conclusions are contradicted by CDE data, audit, contract, and law, which means the board was told lies. I've endured retaliation for reporting this lawlessness. 2016 board president Christy Rutz Robbins used the Valley News to tell our community that I'm dishonest while listing a series of facts that are contradicted by the board record and ed code, which means she lied. She now works for the district. Another board member called me in 2017 and threatened my wife's career if I reported this situation to the grand jury. In 2018, Mr. Ritter invited me to his office, urging me to put this behind us, which is called coercion. I filed a complaint with the 2018-19 grand jury. The district told them that Keegan was closed due to fiscal, educational, and safety issues, yet none of this is in the board record, so they lied to the grand jury. In 2020, Assistant Superintendent Ordway Peck told the board that Schoffel did nothing wrong. Yet it was her department that issued a fabricated $106,000 invoice to Keegan for the district's special ed failure. So she's not credible. Attorney Scott Danforth has sent me emails that he knows contain false information. It's total corruption. This is the greatest scandal in California history as it relates to school district misconduct in killing a public charter school. Illegal contract changes, fabricated data, lies to the board, lies to the grand jury, misuse of the federal court, and whistleblower retaliation.
You have 30 seconds.
Let's have a board subcommittee. One meeting, 10 minutes. We'll have Mr. Schaffel show us when the board shortened the Keegan charter by 8 months and when the board approved the new contract that was used to kill the school. When he's unable to do this, the district can finally fulfill its obligation to report this scandal to the appropriate authorities for investigation and prosecution. Can we please end the corruption and have some accountability? I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Schwartz, followed by Tim Thompson. Jennifer. Is Jennifer present? Jennifer Sharp? If not, we'll move. Okay. Jennifer, if you want to, we can save it for the action item.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Tim Thompson's next, followed by Rusty Stump.
I want to take this opportunity to welcome the new school board members. Thank you for all of your hard work and what it took for you to get in the seats that you're in. And I want to thank everybody that was involved in your campaigns, and I know there was a lot of hard work to get you where you're at today. I want to speak to the adults that have been here speaking and leading the children that are here tonight. And I want to
Please be respectful of the speaker. I'm going to have you removed.
I want to remind you, adults, that we really want to create an environment where people are not bullied, name-called, laughed at. Apparently, we're not doing a really good job of that. You know, I was talking to a teacher earlier, and this teacher said, you know, I wonder what some of these teachers that are really pushing a great attack against these new school board members, I wonder if these teachers remember what it's like on the first day of school and how hard it can be stepping into a new position and having people laugh at you. I'm glad you all have broad shoulders. I'm glad you're up to the task. My hope is that the community will give you an opportunity of some time to show really what your values are and what you want for this district. And I think if they'll give you that time, they will see that you guys have the best of intentions for this community. And I really hope that you all will be mature enough to allow that. You know, there's been a lot of name calling, and it's funny to see that as you're on one side of an issue, if you call somebody a name, then that's fine. But if you're on the other side, you call somebody a name, suddenly you're a bully. I think it's a bully on either side when there's name calling. And so I think we need, as a community, I think we need to see people step up to this opportunity.
Keep it down and respect
to
the
give
speaker.
them
Thank you.
the opportunity to show you what they are capable of. Very strong, very, very great leaders. You all need to give them a chance. Let's step up and see this adult right here doing what he's doing too. See, it's just unbelievable, the example that you're setting. Yes, I am. Yes.
Sir, if
yes,
you don't
I
want to
am.
keep it down, I'm going to
Yes,
have you
I am.
removed.
See, this is the example. This is the example that's being
Yeah.
set for our children.
Sheriff.
And yeah, see, yeah, see, and this is what I'm talking about. This is a bad example for these children.
30 seconds.
You guys have a lot of work to do. I'll be praying for you.
Thank you, Tim. Next speaker is Rusty Stump, followed by Bob Cowell. Rusty. As a board, I want to remind you, we welcome dissenting opinions, but if you could be respectful so that both sides of the issue could be heard. Thank you. Rusty, followed by Bob Cowell.
I had some remarks prepared, but have completely changed what I'm going to say. I wanted just some remarks to different members of the board in groups, but I want to congratulate the new members of the board, and to you, I have a couple of pieces of advice, I think. Approach your service in humility. Keep your ears open to the returning members of the board to learn what they have to teach you. Remember that you don't always have to reinvent the wheel. To the existing members of the board, I would say to you, remember that you were one time, it was your first board meeting, and that you probably have all had brand new jobs where you were brand new and had no idea what you were doing. So in that light, try to be patient, don't be condescending, and remember that we've always done it this way is never a good reason for continuing to do it that way. And I would say to all of you, disagree with each other, because that's what our nation is built on, is disagreeing with other people, but having respect for those people and valuing them as a person and valuing their opinion. And if the adults in this room can't do that, then in God's name, and I don't say that in vain because I believe in Him, how can we expect to be an example for the students? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rusty. Welcome up Bob Cowell, followed by Steve Campos.
Hey, I feel the hate back there. They don't like me too much. Julie Gary said I was ready to ban books. Yeah, hey, you know that banned book thing you sent out? It's banning pornography to children, okay? And that's what the board, that's what the present past board wanted to, it seemed to have allow in the school. And look at the kids around you right now.
Can you guys
No
please be
discipline,
respectful so we can hear both sides? Thank you.
Pardon? What? You talking to me?
I was talking to the audience.
Okay. Hey, I just wanted to say that I wanted to congratulate you, Dr. Komrosky. You're a professor of critical thinking. Apparently, this school does not have any critical thinking. So we need to replace, I ask, instead of these clowns over here that are after you guys, the three of you that just got on the board, I'm asking the two that are remaining to resign because they apparently have no ability to run a school or a district. And after that, after they resign, we put in two good people that are the kind of people that do have diversity of thought, critical thinking. That's diversity. That's diversity of thought, not like these people that are yelling all over the place, that have the hate in their hearts for me and all the other people, including you three new people up there on the board. I'm sorry that you have to go through this, but I'm with you all the way, and we will stand with you all the way down to whatever it takes to win the next two seats on this. Yeah, keep calling me names, because that's great. Just call me names. Tired of you guys. Call me names. You guys, they should be kicked out of here. They don't deserve to be in this room. Look at their hate. Look at their hate. They have hate in their hearts. They're the ones with hate, not us. We have love for the children. We don't want the children to be indoctrinated with false teachings of the white people are all the bad people and everybody else is just okay. And secondly, we don't want to have children with books that teach pornography
30
at a young
seconds.
age. And that's what's happening, and they won't listen to it because they're liars. Thank you so much for listening, you liars.
I'm asking the board, due to the unruliness of this room, I'm willing to actually stop the public comments because there is no civil discourse here and nobody's being respectful. And that's obvious in the last couple of minutes, and I just want to open it up to the board. We've reached the 30-minute limit.
I would like everyone to still be heard.
My concern,
Do we know how many more we have?
Ms. McClay, is I completely agree with you, but they're not being heard when they're shouting when speakers are talking.
Well, when you have speakers screaming at the children here, what do you expect them to do?
That hasn't been all the screaming, but how many more comments do we have?
Seven.
I say we let everybody be heard.
All right. Then I ask you kindly to please be respectful so that again, we can listen to both sides. Steve Campos, followed by Jill Shaparinsky. Thank you for listening.
Well, my kind of thoughts are all over the place. Number one, I do want to give a shout out to, I think it was Anthony Enrique and Mr. Schlottman for being added to the student spotlight. I think that's a great big benefit. I'd like to thank the executive cabinet and the new school and the school board members for tonight. You know, first, I guess, where do I start? There's just so much to say. I've listened to so many different things and my mind's all over the place. But number one, I want to welcome you three to the board because I know that throughout the past year you guys have gone through a lot. I know for me, you know, I'm a 25-year veteran teacher, 17 here in Temecula. And just so you know that, you know, I am a minority, a son of immigrant parents, and you have my support in everything that you do because I know where your heart is. But, you know, I think the introduction to you guys tonight is going to be something that I hope when people get to know who you are and where your heart is, I hope they realize that you guys knocked on thousands of doors, that you spoke to classified employees, that you spoke to teachers, you spoke to grandparents, to grandmas, or parents, and the fact that you're here is because the people have spoken. They've put you into this situation for you to do the job that we know and trust that you're going to do. I'm looking forward. I know tonight's kind of an interesting night, but I'm looking forward to the remainder of the year because I know where your heart is. I know your heart's with the students first. It's with the parents. It's with the community. It's with our staff because I've talked to our staff, from classified staff, from staff all over the place, the custodians. I've talked to a lot of different people, and I think they want to welcome you guys, and they're glad that you're here to listen. I know you've listened to me and the different things that I've had to say. I've definitely had an interesting career here in Temecula, although I'm very grateful for it. As a matter of fact, I just met Mr. Bout, and I have his son in my PE class, so that's pretty awesome and cool. That's a good thing about coming to these things. You get to meet new people and think about new things. So I know that you're going to have, as you guys move forward, you're going to have a wealth of knowledge here. You know, I know you're going to listen to the students. The students have their signs, they have their concerns, and I know you're going to want to hear them out. And that time's going to come. It's going to take time, but that time will come. And I know that things are all going to work out, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for one purpose, to educate our students and to make sure that our staff is taken care of, as well as everybody else within the district. So I'm confident that will take place. I thank you for the service that you've given us, and that, you know what, I'll be praying for you. And I hope people know that those of us of faith, we get our faith from our joy and our support, and our strength comes from our faith. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Next, Jill Shabrinsky, and followed by Kimberly Dela Cruz. Jill.
Hello. For the first time in a very long time, and I've spoke at this podium many times, I'm very excited to be here. I am beside myself with pride and joy after years of begging and pleading for this district and its school board representation to put our kids first, only to have our pleas continually fall on deaf ears, even going as far as being labeled as giving misinformation when speaking from our hearts, through tears with our real and true personal stories. When we couldn't take any more, we told you that we would make the difference by fighting to elect representation that put parents back in the driver's seat and put our kids first. And boy, did we ever hold true to that promise. The newest board members are the answer to our prayers, and I am personally so incredibly grateful to each and every one of them. We replaced 3 seats on this board and just narrowly missed replacing the 4th. And come 2024, we will be replacing another seat as well. These incredible individuals didn't just win, they won bigly. Parents
Please keep it down so that she could speak. Thank you.
Parents spoke at the voters booth in the city of Temecula, and now for the first time in years, we have a hope for our children in this district again. Thank you to Jen, Dr. K, Danny, and to you, Jason, as well, for your courage in standing for righteousness and truth and up against the onslaught of attacks and false accusations. We are behind you 100% and hungry for the support and transparency you intend to bring to this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. We have Kimberly De La Cruz, followed by Stephanie Dawson.
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank the outgoing board members for their years of service to the Temecula Valley Unified School District. For the new school board members, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Kimberly De La Cruz, and I am the TVEA Grievance Chair. Over the years, I've been speaking out and advocating on behalf of teachers and staff and working to uphold the collective bargaining agreement between TVUSD and TVEA. A major concern over the past few years has been in the area of safety. This includes a lack of window coverings and gates that do not have push bars. I'd like to thank Jason Vickery and his team for working on these important issues and communicating with me the progress that is being made. At Gardner Middle School, we recently had our gates reversed after 19 years, so we now can keep them locked from the outside but unlocked on the inside, so we are not sitting ducks in the event of an emergency. I look forward to receiving more updates from Jason and his team as we progress with the window coverings and gate push bars throughout the district. Tonight, I want to highlight another area of concern. At the beginning of the school year, I received a lot of emails with concerns about air conditioning. At a previous facilities board workshop a few months ago, the district allocated $5 million for Chaparral's $50 million air conditioning repair or replacement, a small drop in the bucket. Since that meeting, I made public records requests for maintenance records of the HVAC systems for all schools within TVUSD from 2018 to 2022. Now, I've not had a chance to go through all of the school records, but I have reviewed all the high school and middle school reports. It is apparent that the district's response to HVAC issues is reactive and not proactive. The reports consistently show that maintenance shows up after a problem is reported, yet when they show up, it's reported that no issue was found, and then they have to go back repeatedly for the same issue over and over. I also took the information and put it in a spreadsheet which shows the classrooms or areas with ongoing issues. There is no consistent maintenance scheduling for changing HVAC filters. There are cases where filters are changed every other year or sometimes twice within a year at sites. From the report for Temecula Valley High School over the past 5 years, the HVAC filter has only been changed once, on April 5th, 2022. For the health and safety of all staff and students, a better system needs to be implemented. When it comes to the ongoing HVAC issues across the district, it is imperative that maintenance be proactive and not reactive as it is currently operating. I'm hoping in the spring when the weather returns that we will not have nearly as many classrooms without air conditioning, putting the health and safety of our students and staff at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Stephanie Dawson, followed by Stephanie Smith.
Hello. I wanted to start off by pointing out how disappointing the previous board's farewell speeches were. I couldn't be here, but I did watch the video recording, and the speeches were just so divisive and negative. Basically an attempt to cast a shadow on the new board members without even giving them a chance. The comments were disrespectful. We were quiet when you guys were speaking. Give us a chance.
Somebody has to start the time.
Well, I'm hearing other things, sorry.
Thank you. We're getting on it.
The comments were disrespectful to our community of voters and our election process. I'd like to remind those board members that more than half of the voters in our community voted for this change. So any disrespect directed at the new board members prior to them even starting is a message of disrespect to more than half of the voters in this community. Now, with that being said, I'd like to say this to our new board members. Thank you, and we support you. We appreciate the courage you have had so far and understand that the work you had ahead of you will not be easy. But again, we are thankful and support you. I also like to point out in regard to CRT, to the parents of this community, do not be fooled or manipulated when people say CRT is not happening in our schools. CRT is not a specific curriculum nor a special lesson plan. It is an ideology, and it has definitely begun to infiltrate our schools, one teacher, one book, or one event at a time. So I personally am grateful that it will be one of the first things our board members address tonight. Lastly, as I walked into the school today, I came across these signs. These are racist.
Can you guys be respectful and let the speaker speak? Thank you.
One of the things these signs say, they're voting to erase the history of civil rights, white supremacy in action. This is racist. I asked that the board put out some sort of investigation as to who put these up, who funded these, and why was it allowed to be put up?
We don't want to have to clear the
there is-
room. If the audience continues, we're going to shut down discussion and clear the room. That's the last warning. Please
There is
respect the
children
speaker.
in the
We only have
school
3 left. Thank you.
That could have came across this and been offended. This is just as racist as other things people claim are racist. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. We have Stephanie Smith to follow and Tiffany Joy. Stephanie Smith, followed by Tiffany Joy. Thank you. Welcome, Stephanie.
Good evening, and welcome our new school board members. As a retired school employee, I find that we're going to have hope now. I was really disappointed to see how far down our school districts have gone. And it's evident as I sit here and I watch our youth with these signs and the yelling and the disrespect that has been happening throughout the night. I want to say that I hope that as you sit there, that you know there's a lot of work to be done. It's evident. And I want to apologize for the classified union leader and the teachers union leader who spoke in a very threatening voice, not a welcoming voice, but they do feel threatened, and that's why they spoke to you in the way that they did. They know that they have their work cut out for them because you are here to clean house. And I want to encourage you and let you know that we are cheering you on, that our neighborhoods are speaking to each other, and we are so happy that all three of you are here representing parents, because the youth is our future, and we do care about all of them. And the way that they are behaving at this age, I don't know what our future holds. And so I also want to say that the notes that have been posted up here, it seems like every time CRT is mentioned or anything to do with the rainbow and the gender confused, they pop up their signs. This must, as I speak to the person who was speaking here before, there is someone who's leading this. They're not just doing it on their own. There's someone who's leading the youth to be here tonight, because I'm sure they'd rather be together on their phones, hanging out. For them to be here tonight, it does speak volumes, and there is a leader, and we hope that you as leaders
30 seconds.
start to find out who's leading this group of, I don't know what this is, but I want it to be our future, and that's why I'm happy that we have the new board members. So once again, we're ecstatic, we encourage you, and just keep on keeping on.
Thank you, Stephanie. Last two speakers, we're going to invite up Tiffany Joy, followed by Simon Cooper. Let's please be respectful. We got two speakers left. We can do this. Tiffany Joy, are you present? Okay, then we will call up Simon Cooper, last speaker. This is for public comments. We have other speakers for agenda items. Simon?
All right. Hello. Want to thank you, board, for all what you're doing, and I would like to show support and encouragement, Dr. Kay, Jennifer, and Danny. Very thankful that you have taken the time and you have done everything that you could. I'm thankful for everybody that has supported you along the way in your campaigns, and I just want to let you know that you have my support along with the support of many others, which is why you were voted in and which is why you now have the majority of this school board. And that is an awesome thing. I know that you are advocates and guardians of truth, and that's why you're here. And I hope that, and I believe that they will. This is going to be my prayer, that the community, including the students of these schools, are going to realize that that is why you're here, and that's what you're doing. And I know that many of them will. So when you hear the noise, when you hear the complaints, when you hear the attacks, when you hear the hateful words, tune that out and remember that what you're doing here as being guardians and advocates for truth is going to make a difference in the lives of some of the students that are sitting in this room, whether they realize it or not. And I know that there's a lot of students that would agree with that and that are thankful for that. And for those that aren't, I hope that they do realize that that is what you're here for. To protect them from the lies, to protect them from the deception, even to the point of the deception that they're getting, that they're believing, some of them are believing, that the reason that you're here is for some hateful reason. I've heard terms and names thrown around like white supremacism or white supremacy and Christian nationalists and bigots and all kinds of other things that are being used as words to describe you or those who would support you. But nothing could be further from the truth. And I really hope that everybody that thinks that way is going to wake up and realize how much further from the truth that really is. Okay, so you guys keep doing what you're doing. You have a lot of prayers going up for you. They have been, they will continue to be.
We support you, this community supports you, and you are doing an amazing job just to get to this
30
point,
seconds.
and you've got a good, long road ahead of you where you're going to make a huge difference, and we're grateful for that. So thank you all.
Thank you, Simon. That concludes our public comments. Now we can move on to Section O, consent calendars, or consent calendar, excuse me. All matters listed on our consent calendar are considered routine, and all will be enacted with one vote. There is no discussion of consent calendar items unless members of the governing board or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate actions. I call for a motion and a second to approve the consent items 1 through 22 that were not pulled for separate action or tabled.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Barclay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0 passing. Right here. Excuse me, and thank you for your patience. Once consent items pass, Frank R.C. will have administrator inductions for Lisa Brown, Director Accountability and Assessment, Carolina Pina, Assistant Principal, Bella Vista Middle School, Julie Balk, Assistant Principal, Jezebel Barnett Elementary School, and Keith Moore, Principal, TK through 8 New School, and I apologize if I got any names wrong.
Thank you, President Komrowski. Members of the board and TVUSD community, I'm happy to do a few introductions of some of our new administrators at several school sites. A couple of them were actually approved at previous board meetings and were unable to be introduced to the community. 2 were approved tonight in consent. So as always, we worked through an intensive recruitment process, made some amazing selections, and I'd like to introduce those selections to our board and the community. How about we start with our new assistant principal at Barnett Elementary School, Julie Balk. Julie's been in education for about 21 years. She grew up in Sacramento. She attended college at the California State University of Sacramento and San Marcos. She has a Bachelor of Arts in Public and Political Communication and a Master's of Arts in Educational Administration from San Marcos. Married for 20 years to an assistant fire chief. They've got a son, 27 years old, and daughter, 24 years old. She enjoys traveling, cooking, and gardening. Julie Balk. Thank you, Julie. And now can I have the new assistant principal at Bella Vista Middle School, Ms. Carly Pina. Carly was approved at our last board meeting. She's been in education a total of 7 years. She grew up here in Temecula. She attended college at Cal State University Fullerton. She's got a credential and master's from Azusa Pacific University, bachelor's degree in liberal studies, master's degree in digital teaching and learning. She's been married for 5 years. They have 2 boys, David, who's 4, and Grayson, who's 1.5. Very important, the half, right? She enjoys going to the farmer's market, Disneyland, and the beach with her family. Carly Pina.
Thank you so much for that introduction. If you could follow me into every room with that energy and that introduction, I would take it. Thank you so much, Superintendent Dr. McClay, board members, and cabinet. As a former Red Hawk hero, a Temecula Middle School Bobcat, and a TVHS Golden Bear, this is a very special moment for me to be welcomed so warmly again into the TVUSD family. Over the past few weeks, I've had the privilege of working with the amazing administration, staff, and students at Bella Vista Middle School, and I couldn't be more proud or grateful to now be a Bella Vista Silverhawk. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Also approved tonight is our new principal for our new TK8 school, Mr. Keith Moore. Keith's been in education a total of 25 years, and he's got experience ranging from kinder to 12th grade as a teacher, counselor, administrator. He's worn so many hats. He grew up in Oakdale, California. He went to Point Loma Nazarene University in San Diego. He's got a BA in Applied Communications, Master's in Education, Guidance, and Counseling. His wife, Carrie, teaches a combo class at Vale Elementary, and their anniversary is tomorrow, 26 years. They have 3 boys. Braden's a senior. Braden is a senior at Point Loma Nazarene University. Luke is a freshman at also Point Loma University, Point Loma Nazarene University. Jackson is a senior at Great Oak High School. We just got a secret email. He said I could tell him. Are you sure? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Got a secret email that he was accepted with early admission to Point Loma Nazarene University for next school year. So, there's a note here that says he doesn't know yet. He knows now. So. Okay, well, you know, congratulations. Keith enjoys mountain bike riding and disc golf. Keith Moore.
Thank you. I'll be really brief, but I just wanted to express my gratitude. I'm super grateful for working in TVUSD, for my wife and I to make a living here, raise our kids here. 3 boys who went from K to senior year in TVUSD. I'm just beyond grateful that I've been extended this opportunity to continue to serve where I live. And I'm grieving leaving my current family, but I am super excited for what we're going to create and build moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Keith. And last but certainly not least, our new Director of Assessment and Accountability that was actually approved some time ago, Ms. Lisa Brown. Lisa's in her 18th year in education, 10 years as a teacher, 8 years as an administrator. She's worked at 5 different elementary schools. She's served multiple roles, including classroom teacher, supplemental instructional specialist, AP, and principal. She grew up here in Temecula. Her family moved to Temecula in 1991 when she was only 7 years old, and she attended Temecula schools, elementary through high school. She attended the University of San Diego, where she earned a bachelor's of Arts and a multiple subject credential. She's also got a Master's of Educational Administration and an admin credential from Concordia. She's married to her husband, Brian, who also grew up in Temecula, and together they're raising 2 children, Kate, who's 10, Kellen, who's 8. Both of their kids attend Tony Tobin Elementary. She enjoys camping with friends and family. Recently, they've taken up golf lessons in hopes of playing with the husband and kids soon. Lisa Brown, everyone.
I just want to take this opportunity. I feel like every time I come to a board meeting, it's a full circle moment for myself, having attended school here and here at TVHS, but also all the way through my educational career. And I love Temecula, and I love what we offer our students and our faculty members. And so I look forward to representing accountability and assessment and ensuring that we are making progress towards all of our student learning needs. Thank you.
Thank you, President Komrowski, and our board and our community for helping me welcome our new administrators. And to them, I say thank you so much, and we appreciate you continuing to make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Next, we're going to move to P, information and report, specifically item number 1, the Brown Act and board protocols.
So we've asked one of our attorneys this evening, Mr. Todd Robbins from Atkinson, Andelson, Ludred, and Royo, to present to you on the Brown Act. Mr. Robbins is an expert on education law, as well as the Brown Act in particular. He's willing to go as in-depth as you would like this evening. I think that Mr. Robbins would tell you he could speak for days on this topic, and we probably could listen for days. But I know it's late, and I know there are still some agenda topics that have a lot of additional public speakers. So if the board is amenable to this, I think we're going to ask him to kind of rush and give us the 30,000-foot view, And then on January 10th, which you agreed to earlier when we have a board workshop, we're going to continue more in-depth, and at that point, you will have even had an opportunity to study it more. You'll have real relevant questions after the experience tonight. So is that okay with everyone? Sound good? All right, Mr.
Yes.
Robbins, I apologize, but we're going to ask you to
That's
kind of
fine.
fly through it.
All right.
Thank
Good
you,
evening,
Todd.
everybody. So just a brief summary, the Brown Act is California's open meeting law. The legislature has expressed the public policy that the meetings of legislative bodies in California be held in open to the public so that people can hear the board deliberations, can participate through public comment, and just generally observe the people's business happening. Go ahead and go to slide 2. I'll skip the agenda slide. Keep going. Just a quick definition of a meeting, and this is important to be mindful of. A meeting's any gathering of a quorum, that's 3 of you, of a legislative body to discuss or transact district business. That shouldn't be happening outside of this room. So there are prohibitions on a majority of the board getting together at a Denny's to discuss school district business, in any other place outside of a notice and agendized meeting. So please be mindful of that, because it is one of the areas where school boards do tend to have kind of the most complaints as it relates to these types of things. Let's go ahead and skip to, let's go to closed session, just to be mindful of a couple of things. That would be on slide 14. Keep going. We can skip that one. All right. So the government code, which is where you'll find the Brown Act if you are inclined to open it up and read it, has a section, several sections that allow for school boards, city councils, things of that nature to meet in closed session to discuss a very limited range of topics. Primarily conference with real property negotiators, conference with legal counsel, discussions about personnel, with the public purpose behind those closed sessions being to allow the board to have candid discussions about matters that may impact how they do business, and without the possibility of giving up a competitive advantage in things like property negotiations and things like that. The important thing to remember when you're talking about closed session is that everything that happens in closed session, it's kind of Las Vegas, stays in closed session. It doesn't get shared with a spouse, it doesn't get shared with a doctor or a priest or a therapist. It stays in closed session. So any information that you get in there cannot be shared unless specifically authorized by the board itself. All right. Let's see if we're going to go through our quick tour of the Brown Act. Let's do that. We'll just go to kind of the last couple here. Go to the next slide, please. This is just the kind of the legal basis. The Attorney General's office has looked at this multiple times and has recently held the Brown Act recognizes exceptional situations where the need for confidentiality outweighs the interest in openness. So we just have recent confirmation that closed session is still okay for those very limited sets of circumstances. And then this is the specific Brown Act provision, Government Code Section 54963, that prohibits disclosure of closed session information. There are a couple of enforcement provisions as it relates to the Brown Act. So having a meeting outside of a notice and agendized meeting with the intent of keeping information concealed from the community is potentially punishable with a misdemeanor. So just be mindful that there are some enforcement provisions within the Brown Act. I think with that, I'll probably leave the rest of this for our conversation in January. Do you have any questions?
Could I ask one question?
Sure.
Are you able to clarify the Brown Act regarding social media? I know there's some recent
Yeah.
case law regarding that.
Yes.
Could you clarify that for us tonight?
Yes. So if you go to slide 32. It's got a Facebook and Twitter logo on it. The legislature's recently passed amendments to the Brown Act that have finally caught up to the 21st century and acknowledge that there is participation in community information on social media. So right now, you can use your social media pages to share information with the community about the school district, to solicit, viewpoints on certain things. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, the legislature did figure this out. Other board members that are up there with you cannot participate in those conversations that you may be having on your social media page. So they can't chime in on your social media post about a band concert, for example, happening. Similarly, they can't even go so far as to like a comment or put a little heart emoji next to a comment, things of that nature. The legislature's even covered that. So just be mindful of your social media communications when you're communicating. Look first before you press enter to see if any of your fellow board members have already commented on an issue related to school district business, so to avoid that idea that you're meeting to discuss, hear, or deliberate on matters within the school district's subject matter jurisdiction outside of a properly noticed meeting.
And the current case law, is it correct that public officials are not allowed to block comments or people from their social media?
So yes, there's a recent decision on the topic of what's called qualified immunity, and it relates to school board members that blocked community members from their social media pages during the pandemic. The social media pages were represented as their official school board member page. That's kind of an important fact. And so the court found that that was unlawful viewpoint discrimination in violation of the First Amendment because the public official had opened up that forum for people to communicate with and to say, you can participate and you can't, is a violation of the First Amendment. And so the important thing to remember about that case is it's probably the last time that the court will recognize qualified immunity for those board members. They will not be able to use that as a defense in the future because the court has now said that it's a well-established rule that public officials cannot block people from their official pages, and so that would violate the First Amendment and open up school board members for potential liability in the future.
Point of clarification, is that a page that is funded by the school district versus a personal page?
If you hold it out to be your official school board page and you say, Dr. Komronsky, trustee area, whatever, school board president, Temecula Valley Unified School District, that's along the same factual pattern that happened in this other case.
So what if it's defined as you're listed as a politician and that's your personal page? Does that then differentiate what's shared? You're not advocating as an official? I've just kind of observed what other board members have done, and I've seen all the different things. So,
I'm going to tell you it
what
depends.
can you say to that?
I'm going to tell you it depends, and I would need to see the specific. The best recommendation is if you want to comment on school district things, try to do it in a manner that doesn't identify you in any way with the Temecula Valley Unified School District.
Could I ask about serial meetings?
Yeah, I was going to talk about that in January, but I'm happy to answer
Just a quick question.
Sure.
School board member A talks to member B and then sends an email to member C about a school board issue. Is that a serial meeting?
Yeah, that would be an unlawful serial meeting under the Brown Act.
Okay. School board member A and school board member B and school board member C attend a conference that is outside of the conferences that are allowed by the district or sanctioned by the education code. Is that considered a violation?
Depends on if the conference was open to the public. So if the public could purchase tickets to get into the conference or otherwise participate, then there are exceptions within the Brown Act that would allow for that to happen.
Okay. Point of clarification, blocking before election results certified and being sworn in. Can that stand?
The recommendation is to unblock. I'm just.
No, but the point of clarification, I'm understanding what you're saying, but before the election is certified and before any of us are sworn in, it's just a public citizen. After being sworn in and after election results are certified, that point of distinction, that temporal aspect, isn't that, okay, so if you're going to say, yeah, you can't block after that,
Yep.
are you implying that you can't block before that either? Before you're sworn
No,
in?
I agree with your analysis that you're not sworn in yet, so you're technically not yet a public official. There are certain exceptions in the law. For example, the Brown Act does apply to board member elects, so you wouldn't want three board members meeting outside of a meeting and stuff like that. So
Thank you.
yeah.
Break? You like 2 minutes?
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
The board's going to take a break for 5 minutes. And then we'll come back to action items. Temecula Valley Unified School District approving the annual and 5-year reportable fees report for fiscal year 2021-2022 in compliance with Government Code Sections 66006 and 66001. I call for a motion as second to receive and review the district's annual and 5-year reportable developer fees report and adopt resolution number 2022-2023/19 approving the report.
Moved.
Moved by Mr.
Second.
Schwartz, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Okay.
Would you like an explanation of this one before you take the vote? Do you mind? Okay. So this is an annual report that we present every December. It's due, government code stipulates that it's due within 180 days of the last day of the school year. So that makes it December 31st that it's due. And what this is whenever development happens in the district and we charge fees on a per square foot basis, we report the charge per square foot. So on page 2, you can see what those fees are. We also have to report how much we've collected during the year, what we've spent during the year, and the projects that we've spent that on. So the list of the projects that were spent during the last school year are there, and then also our plans for the ending fund balance of what projects we're going to spend those funds on for the next 5 years are. Okay.
Thank you, Nicole. All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0 passing. Move to item 2 on the agenda. 2022-23 first interim financial report. The call for a motion is second to approve the positive certification for first interim financial report of the Temecula Valley Unified School District.
Moved.
For the, thanks, Mr. Schwartz. For the 2022-23 fiscal year and 2 subsequent fiscal years. Moved by Mr. Schwartz, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Barclay. Okay, Ms. Lash, we're going to have a presentation.
Okay, so as she pulls that up, Edgar Diaz said that this was, first interim was going to blow you away. So he has set the bar. I'm going to do my very best to do that very thing. And before I begin the actual presentation, just a quick introduction for those board members that I haven't had the opportunity to sit down with and get to know personally. My name is Nicole Ash. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Business Support Services, and I grew up in Temecula. I am a product of this district. I was a Margarita Mustang and then a Golden Bear back before there was a mall, if you can imagine those days. And while I get to present this incredible report, I don't prepare the whole thing. In fact, we have an entire department dedicated to establishing and maintaining our budget. And that's led by their fearless leader, the Director of Fiscal Services, Courtney Fingerlin, and I know our Assistant Director, Sheila Brown, is also here. Courtney Fingerlin actually grew up in Temecula as well, Red Hawk Elementary, Vail Ranch Middle School, and she is also a Golden Bear. And so I think Lisa Brown mentioned it as a coming full circle, and so we are very pleased and honored to serve this district that we are products of. So just a little introduction for the two of us. And she, you can see quickly, will take her seat so I don't make her talk anymore this evening. And so with that, the first interim budget report, so I realize it's probably a bit overwhelming to be handed a 120-page budget on 3 of your first night being board members. And so I just want to assure you all that in every single budget budget action item that I bring, I always bring a full presentation so that everyone feels comfortable knowing what they're being handed and presented and comfortable taking action on that item. So with that, we'll get going. You have 2 things. You have the report itself, and you have a handout of the slides that are also on your screen. And so to get started, we'll just kind of go through what, first of all, a budget is. It is not Nicole Ash taking her best guess at what the foreseeable future is going to hold, but it's actually us just quantifying all of the incredible things that we're doing or planning on doing in TVUSD. It is putting dollars to actions, and it's based on trends and projections as we know them today, but it is absolutely a living document. We're constantly updating it, constantly changing it as our assumptions change and as what we know changes. So tonight we're going to talk about the financial cycle and why you are seeing this presentation tonight. We'll talk about how these financial statements read, the 120-page document, so it's a little bit more digestible as you flip through those pages. Then we'll actually get into the budget itself. And then lastly, we'll talk about the California economy and things to be on the lookout in the future. So looking at the financial cycle of every single school district in the state of California, it is governed by ed code. I actually didn't specify which ed code it is because it's in different sections depending on which budget period we're talking about, but I'm happy to provide that to you if you were interested. But the very first time the board will ever see the budget is at what's called adopted budget, and that has to happen by July 1st. So that's usually at the first board meeting in June. It's presented and then actually adopted at the second board meeting in June. That's the very first time that you will see a budget. So for 2022-23, that was presented and adopted last June. So this is the first time that the board has seen and reviewed the budget since last June. And a lot has happened since then, right? We know actual enrollment, and therefore we know actual staffing and things like that. So first interim budget is due by December 15th. So therefore you will always see first interim on the board agenda for December. It says period covered, and what that means is you have to report actual expenditures from July 1st through October 31st. And you will see those dates on in just a second, so kind of just keep that in mind as we move along. And so the reason why you see it in December is we have to fully close out all revenue and expenditures, and sometimes that trickles into November, right? People do work in October that we don't pay them for until November. So until we fully close out October, we can't even start to close out the first interim budget. So, and then we spend hours and hours and hours building first interim and then have it available to the public and then present it to you in the December board meeting. So that is per ed code. It's not to just put on a December board meeting and kind of trial by fire. This is government code, or I'm sorry, education code that stipulates that. The next time you will see the budget formally is at second interim. That's always at the March board meeting because it's due by March 15th. And the period covered are expenditures and revenues from the first day of school, or the first day of the fiscal year, July 1st, through January 31st. Then you'll see that same budget again in June for the year that's coming to a close, which seems a little silly. We're projecting in June where we're going to end June 30th, but that's what government or education code stipulates, that you're going to actually adopt another budget that says, here's our estimated actuals. So you will see that in June. So after a full year of budgets, then you actually close the books, and then you see those financial statements at the unaudited actuals, and they're very intentionally named that. In that, we've closed the books, we believe our financial statements are accurate, but the auditors have not come in and certified those to be accurate. So we present them to the board in September as the unaudited actuals for the year that had just ended. And then one last time you'll see them, usually in January, with the audited financial statements. Sometimes they come in December, sometimes they come in January, just depending on when the auditors finish that audit report. So while it does have to be filed by December 15th, the board isn't required to review it until January 31st. So tonight, I'm presenting first interim for the current year, 2022-23. Next month, you will see the audited financial statements for last year, 2021-22. So what you are actually approving is the budget certification. So you are not certifying that every single dollar amount in that budget is accurate. That is my job to do. I sign off on that budget saying that it is accurate with all of the given information that we have. And so with that, what you'll notice the action item is tonight is the certification. You are certifying whether or not we have a positive budget, a qualified budget, or a negative budget. And you can see that dancing arrow tells you that we are filing a positive budget. And what that means is that the district will be able to meet its financial obligations as they come due for both this year and the next 2 years. A qualified budget means that you may be able to meet your financial obligations as they come due, and then a negative certification means that you will not be able to meet your financial obligations as they come due. So the board's action tonight is certifying that we do have a positive budget. And in this 120-page document, the very first thing that you see in here is what our Director of Fiscal Services and myself put together, which is a summary of all of the pages behind it. Okay, so if you open up that packet, pages 1, 2, and 3 are all just what I'm going to present to you tonight. It's a summary of everything thereafter. But on page 4, and you'll see on this slide it says refer to page 4. On page 4 is the very first page of the actual state-approved budget, which means the state requires us to use their software to file these reports. Every single school district in the state of California uses the same software. That way the state can review all financial information from all school districts within the state of California, and it's apples to apples. The very first page of those documents is page 4, and you'll notice I've highlighted on your report for you in your binder that X marks the spot where you are certifying it as a positive certification. So in your binder, if you want to open that up to page 4, you'll see I've highlighted that positive certification. That's the number one thing that you're looking at tonight. Now, how these financial statements read after that. So as I mentioned, page 4 is the first page of those financial statements with that certification. Page 6 starts what are called the fund financial statements, and these are the financial statements of every single fund in the district. We normally only present and talk about the general fund. That's the largest fund, and it's the only one that has unrestricted dollars. So our entire presentation tonight will be on the general fund, but just know there are other funds like the Child Nutrition Fund, the Adult Education Fund, and other funds that follow. Page 6 is where those fund financial statements start, and it looks like this here on your slide. And you can see column C says actuals to date. Remember that first slide where I showed you the financial cycle and it said period covered? That's what's shown in column C. So actuals to date are July 1st through October 31st, revenues and expenditures. Column D, those projected year totals, that starts on page 6, and that is your first interim budget. That's the column that points you to all of the information that's being presented tonight. And so, and it starts with a summary of all, total revenues, total expenditures, and just as a point of reference, the very first thing listed on there is LCFF sources, and you can see that $287,783,800 is kind of shown on the screen. That's also on page 6 of your report. That's the total number, total amount of revenue from LCFF sources. The very next page, page 7, you can see a breakdown of where those LCFF sources come from. And you can see, if you can see at the bottom of the screen, that blue box, and I've highlighted it in your report, it's a detail of where those LCFF sources come from and the total then they're totaling that $287 million number. So I just wanted to present this so you understand how they're set up, and that they're set up with a summary first, detail behind, and it goes fund by fund, number by number. This is never how I present the information to you because it's not the easiest way to digest it, but just so you know, that's how the state software is set up. So with that, I'll go ahead and get into the meat and potatoes, if you will, of the presentation, which is the budget itself. And so this is a summary. This is an overview of the financial position at first interim. We're going to get into some detail of how of what comprises these numbers, but here's the overview. So revenue for this year is projected to be at that $422 million number. Next year is $389 million number, and the following year is $384 million. And you can see it's going down, so we'll get into why that is. Total expenditures, again, going down from $391 million down to $375 million projected for 24-25. Again, we'll talk revenues and expenditures in a couple slides. Net increase or decrease, that is the surplus or deficit once you take revenues less your expenditures, and you can see there's a projected surplus of $31 million. We'll talk about what that's attributable to. For this year, that is the projection, and again, that's our projection as of today, where we will end the school year. And then next year, we're projecting a surplus of that $6.5 million, and in the second year out, $8.8 million. So beginning fund balance, where we are anticipating beginning the year, plus that net increase is how you get that ending fund balance. We will end this presentation, or at least the first interim budget presentation, with what comprises that ending fund balance. So hang in there. I know this is a lot of information, but the more you hear it, the more there's a lot of moving parts to it, and so you'll hear this probably multiple times from me, more than you probably would like to hear, but I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions as we go through or at the end. So budget assumptions, and if you want to pull this slide out and keep it for reference as we move along, these are very important assumptions that we use to build our budget. And the 3 in white are assumptions for revenue, and the 2 in tan are assumptions for expenditures. So UPP is a very important number for school district funding. That stands for unduplicated pupil percentage. That is the percentage of students that are either free reduced lunch, are English learners, or are foster youth. And they call it unduplicated because if a student meets multiple criteria, they only count them once. So our funded UPP is the average of 3 years, and our average for this year is at 29%. That's going to be very important when we start talking funding in a couple slides. So our funded percentage of students that are either socioeconomically disadvantaged, English learners, or foster youth is 29%. COLA is the cost of living adjustment. This is determined by the state and how well the economy does, what they're going to actually fund as far as our cost of living adjustment goes. This year, that COLA was 6.56%. And funded ADA. So average daily attendance is calculated by how many days students attend school divided by the number of days possible. So if there's 180 days in a school year, any one student can only generate 1 ADA. Perfect attendance, 1 ADA. In this district, we have one of the highest attendance rates in the county, and that's right around 95.5% attendance, which is excellent. Last year, those attendance rates did dip pretty low statewide. This year, they're back on the rise. They're not quite to pre-COVID levels, but they are higher than they were last year. CalSTRS and CalPERS, those are the state teachers' retirement system, and CalPERS is our public employee retirement system. Those rates, so for every dollar we pay a certificated employee, we spend 19 cents contributing to their retirement. And for every classified employee that we pay $1 in payroll, we've set 25 cents aside for their retirement. So those are the assumptions. Like I mentioned, if you want to just set those aside, they will be coming up in future slides. So the breakdown of that $422 million, and we talk about, when we talk about revenue, the state categorizes these revenues. This is not how we choose to present the information. This is the state's format of how we present this information, and they categorize it by where it comes from. So the lion's share of our revenue comes from LCFF sources. That's local control funding formula. You can see 287 or almost $288 million out of the 422 million are from LCFF sources. The next one is federal revenue, and why that one is so high in comparison to the next few years is we still have a significant amount of one-time money, including ESSER. If you remember, ESSER is some of the COVID response funds. There's ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, and ELOG, Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant. We're receiving some of the last of those one-time funds this year and next year. 2024-25, that $9 million number is our quote-unquote normal year without those one-time funds. Other state revenue, you can see, is very robust. It's called other state revenue for a reason. It's because LCFF is technically state revenue. So this is all other state revenue that doesn't fall into that LCFF category. And $99 million is due to, and again, that surplus of 31 million that we just saw on the last slide is due to 2 block grants that came in at the nth hour, the Learning Recovery Block Grant and the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant. The first one is 17.9 million, and the other one is, let me pull it up here, 16.3 million. So the Learning Recovery is $17.9 million. The Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant is 16.3 million. So that's why you see that large number in other state revenue in 22-23, and then it comes down significantly next year when you take into account we don't have that one-time funding. Local revenues, although that's like interest and donation accounts and our after-school program, all of those costs go into those local sources. So that's what makes up that 422 million. But as I mentioned, you can see our bread and butter in this district is those LCFF sources. And so hang in there, this is a lot of slides, or numbers on a slide, but I just want to kind of break down what I often refer to as the sausage factory that spits out the number that is LCFF. And you'll understand the significance of some of those assumptions from the previous slide if you set those aside in this slide. So this is a calculation to determine how school districts in the state of California are funded. And until we get to a certain point, everybody gets funded the same, and then I'll talk about the differentiation that happens. So this calculation works like this, working from top to bottom, and we'll just look at transitional kindergarten through 3rd grade ADA. Let's just focus on that column, but it's the same for each column thereafter. You always start off with, what did you get last year? Last year we got $8,093 per ADA, not per pupil, right, but per ADA. So attendance plays a huge role in this calculation. So for every TK through 3rd grader, last year we got $8,093 per ADA. That is adjusted by COLA every year. So COLA is compounding. That's why COLA is very important to us. When the governor comes out with the economic forecast and he starts talking COLA, we listen very closely because that has a direct impact on our funding. Now, if you look at that previous slide, you might say, wait a minute, why is the COLA listed at 13.26% when the slide previously listed 6%? Well, that's because this year, for the first time, the state of California decided to give an augmentation grant. And what that did, it was in hopes to raise the level of funding on a per pupil basis for students in California. At one point in time, we were funded 48 out of 50 lowest funded districts in the nation on a per pupil basis. And the state, with such a robust economy last year and the year prior, was really trying to lift us up to not be 48th and maybe be 45th or 46th. So in an effort to do that, they gave us an augmentation of another 6%. So you take last year's number and you revise it by COLA plus that augmentation of 13.26%, and that's what gives you $9,166 per ADA. There's also grade span adjustment, which is formerly known as class size reduction. This is special funding to ensure that we keep class sizes small, TK through third. In fact, it's in Ed Code that those on average be at 24:1, unless you have contractual language that allows you to go higher, which we do not. So our TK through third grade classes on average are all at 24:1, and we receive special funding to do that. That's the $953 per ADA. The adjusted base grant is $10,119. I hope I didn't lose anyone yet, because this is here's where it gets interesting. So every school district in the state of California receives that same $10,119 per student TK per ADA for students in TK through third grade. The differentiation comes when we start talking UPP. So next thing is what that is called the supplemental grant. The supplemental grant takes that $10,119, it multiplies it by 20%, and then it multiplies it by your unduplicated pupil percentage. Remember, we talked about that 29%. That for TVUSD is $588 per ADA. So TVUSD total, all in number, we received $10,707 per ADA TK through third. The average district in the state of California has an unduplicated pupil percentage of 62%. That means the average district in the state of California receives $11,834 per ADA. That is $1,127 per ADA more than TVUSD. That's like a $29 million difference annually. Our neighbors next door, Murrieta Valley, their funded unduplicated pupil percentage is 41%. That means annually they will receive $6 million more if we were funded the same annually. So these numbers matter, these assumptions matter. Us identifying students as either socioeconomically disadvantaged foster youth or English learners, the identification is so important. It has a direct impact on our funding. So again, a lot of times we get compared to other districts, but the funding sources are not apples to apples. So with that, what is LCAP? We talk LCAP quite a bit. LCAP is the Local Control Accountability Plan. If LCFF was the quantitative plan, LCAP would be the qualitative plan. And this is actions and services that talk about how you're going to address the achievement gap and how you're going to increase student outcomes. So this that supplemental grant that we talked about there, $588 per TK through third, that's LCAP. Those are your LCAP dollars, and those are going to be principally directed towards the data that shows where those achievement gaps are and how do we improve student outcomes. So of the $287 million in LCFF revenue, $15.7 million is LCAP. Okay, so that's revenue in great detail, and again, this is a lot more information I think that I normally provide, but I just want to make sure I walk through it all and so you all feel comfortable with the information being presented. Expenditures, pretty straightforward. The lion's share of the money that we spend are on certificated and classified salaries and their associated labor-related costs. I'll show you that in a pie chart on the next page. Our books and supplies and our services and other operating expenditures, as well as our capital outlay, so those three categories there, they're inflated this year due to the spending down of those one-time dollars. We're doing things like we're upgrading HVAC in our oldest units throughout the district. And we're, buying a lot of instructional materials and supplies and all kinds of things utilizing those one-time dollars. So if you look at this in a pie chart and you look at certificated, classified, and benefits, that makes up 83% of our expenditures, and that's actually lower than a normal year. So we're a service industry that should make sense that the majority of our money goes to paying our employees and our staff. Okay. Ending fund balance. So we talked about we have $136 million that's projected to be, let's say, in the bank at the end of the year. But it's important to know the breakdown of where that $136 million numbers sit. So 150,000 of that is not what we call non-spendable. That's things that is not money, like inventory, for example. Reserve for economic uncertainty, the district is required by law to set aside 3% for economic uncertainties. There is a board commitment to make that 6%. So that 6% is at $23 million. Almost $51 million is restricted for, legally restricted. So if we receive it for an intended purpose, Title I, Title II, those have to be spent in that manner. ELOG, ELOP. Committed, that's where it gets a little bit, it is not legally restricted, it is board restricted. That's commitments. So this breakdown, what I will turn your attention to and what everybody usually wants to know is, what is our true rainy day account or our savings account? What is truly not designated? And that is two numbers on this slide. At the bottom, that state budget uncertainties number, that 15.6 million, that is unrestricted revenue not dedicated for anything at this point. And resolution number 2022-23-16, that $41 million, if you add those two numbers together, those are truly our rainy day funds, our savings account that we have not dedicated for specific purposes at that time. That totals about $57 million. That sounds like a lot of money. But to put it into some perspective for you, if you're a person who makes, let's say, $70,000 a year, that's like having $10,000 in your savings account. You're not quitting your job, maybe not even able to buy a car. It's a nice savings account to have. But just for some perspective, $57 million in a district this size is pretty reasonable. Our monthly payroll is about $25 million. So it is definitely a healthy savings account, if you will, and probably the most robust and healthy budget we've had in any sort of recent history. Definitely something to be proud of. I will be mentioning on a later slide that next month I'm going to bring forward an item to commit some of those funds, and we'll talk about what that is. So that is ending fund balance. And quickly, the road ahead. So the Legislative Analyst's Office is comprised of a lot of economists whose job is to look at the economy and make some predictions. They are a nonpartisan entity that tries to advise or make recommendations to Sacramento and the Department of Finance. And so in every November, they come out with their prediction. And what their prediction says is that there's going to be a dip in 2023-24. I don't think that will surprise anyone, given the high interest rates and the continued, the high inflation and the continued increases in interest rates. So their prediction is that we will have a $26 billion deficit next year. And why that matters to us specifically here in TVUSD is how the state will address that deficit. If you ask the LAO, their recommendation to the state is, hey, instead of funding those robust COLAs and instead of funding ELOP as much as you said you were going to, why don't you pull back some of that augmentation? Don't go to your savings account year one, because you don't know how deep that dip is going to be. You don't know how long it's going to last. So the LAO's recommendation is all those predictions and assumptions that you gave to the schools, reduce those instead of dipping into your savings account. So the very first time we will hear how the state responds will be January at the governor's proposed budget. So we will be hearing from the state how they intend to address that deficit. But it's just important to know that the LAO is saying, hey, you should just reduce what you said you were going to give school districts. So we definitely will keep an eye on the California economy. Last things to be on the lookout is that governor's budget. It comes out in January, and I'll give you an update as to when what that entails and what that looks like. There are two plans coming to board. There's a transportation plan that is due by March, and then there's also an arts, music, and instructional materials block grant that you'll be seeing in an upcoming board meeting. And then the third thing, very exciting, I know we named a principal tonight, and that was very exciting. So the new TK-8 school is set to open for TK through 6th grade this coming August. And right now, we are in construction for phase 2 to make that happen. We are going to expand to 7th grade the following year, August 2024, to have those kids matriculate through and accommodate TK through 8th grade by 2025. In order to make that happen, we will need to do a phase 3 of that school, which means constructing another building as well as locker rooms. And that's going to cost us approximately $20 million to accomplish phase 3. And so what I'm going to bring on the next board agenda is a few things. The first thing, you already approved the architect for phase 3 tonight. We will be bringing back the actual construction or the lease back for that phase 3 at the next board meeting. But funding of that phase 3 is a little tricky because we don't have money sitting in a facilities account to pay for it. But we don't necessarily like to spend general fund dollars on construction. We really like to pay for construction with construction funds. So we're going to do two things, or recommend to do two things. Number one, we're going to bring to board to issue debt for $20 million, and that's through a certificate of participation, a COP. And what we're going to do is we're planning on using our annual recurring redevelopment funds to pay down that debt in future years. That way we're not dipping into our general fund to pay for that phase 3. But just in case those redevelopment fees don't come to fruition, or those redevelopment dollars don't come to fruition, we're also going to ask the board to commit $20 million in our ending fund balance, just in case those revenues don't come in to pay down that debt in time. So that way we've kind of got a safety net should the revenue not be enough to pay off that COP as it comes due. So two things, a board commitment to set aside funds for the payment of TK-8 phase 3, which is $20 million, along with the issuance of debt. Those will be on the next board agenda. Last thing, keeping an eye on the California economy as it has a direct impact on school district funding. So with that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Well, first, thank you, Ms. Lash, for that presentation.
Just quickly, Nicole, the measure that was on the ballot to fund arts and music education passed. Are we getting some bucks from that?
We're definitely getting some bucks from that. We're still quantifying what that looks like. We're so excited to have expansion of VAPA, and I think there was a calculator or an estimator that school services put out. We haven't gotten a formal grant notification award, but as soon as we have that dollar amount, we'll share it with you. And what's beautiful about it is it's ongoing. A lot of the funds that we receive are one time, and it's really hard to do stuff, really great stuff with one-time funds. It looks like this will be ongoing.
And again, thank you for your expertise. Appreciate it.
No problem.
We have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Passed 5-0.
Due to the late hour, I would like to suggest that we call for a motion and a second to postpone items 3 through 8 in action. We'll address them at the regular meeting on January 31st, 2023. I would suggest we jump right to items 9 and 10, as I know we have a lot of people who've been waiting a long time to hear that discussion. Just my suggestion.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0. Passed. Item 9, resolution number 2022-23/20, policy against racism. I call for a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2022-23/20, policy against racism. there a motion and a second?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Well, could you repeat?
I'm calling for a motion and a second to adopt this resolution, to move us into discussion on item 9.
Are you asking for a motion for discussion or to?
The motion will read to adopt, but the way the protocol works is he's asking for a motion and a second to adopt it, but you won't vote. That then opens the floor for discussion, information, public comment if there is any, then you would vote.
Thank you for that
Thank you.
clarification.
It's
Move.
confusing.
She said it better than I did.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Open up for discussion. And we don't have any public comments on this agenda item, correct?
The public comments are for the next item.
Okay.
I have discussion on this item. As far as California Education Code goes, we have Education Code Section 260-262.4, Article 9, which speaks to discrimination and the penalties for any teacher or agency which participates in discrimination. We also have California Code 8,000 to 22980, Article 9.5, discrimination, Section 1135. No person in the state of California shall, on the basis of race, national origin, ethnic group identification, religion, age, sex, sexual orientation, color, genetic information, or disability, be unlawfully denied full and equal access to the benefits of, or be unlawfully subjected to discrimination under any program or activity that is conducted, operated, or administered by the state or by any state agency, is funded directly by the state, or receives any financial assistance state, and the article goes on and on and on about discrimination against race, national origin, LGBTQ issues, anti-Semitism, anti-Asian hate, and so on and so on. So I see no need for us to pass a resolution when it's already there in state law.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I'd like to strike the word joint from the first sentence, whereas racism has no place in American society and especially not in Temecula Valley. Take that word off. Yes.
I'm sorry, if I may, Mr. Schwartz, I believe it was recent, and maybe you can explain to me what the difference was, but I believe there was a resolution put forward by you in a recent board meeting against anti-Semitism, and can you explain to me what the difference is between that resolution that you put forward against anti-Semitism and the one that we...
Yeah, at the time, there was a surge in anti-Semitic behavior all across the country. Acts of anti-Semitism were up 500%, and I felt the need as a Jewish person, as a child of immigrants, by the way, I felt the need for us to make a statement against it. We didn't change any laws. All we did was state that we were against anti-Semitism. It was not encoded in this law specifically, and that's why I asked for that statement to be passed by the board, and it was passed.
It seems very much the same to me, and as a proud Puerto Rican man, I come from, born of immigrants myself, and I think that it's exactly the same type of a statement on the board's behalf.
Discussion.
I'd like to share a little bit, if I may. A couple of things about this resolution, besides the fact that it's unnecessary, and as Mr. Schwartz has mentioned, in the last whereas, it states, whereas there have been incidents of racist conduct within the purview of TVUSD in recent years in violation of existing policy and regulations. When you have whereas in a resolution, it's things that we're acknowledging. And so I would submit that this resolution, as the other one, we really would need to vet those through our attorney to ensure that we're not setting ourselves up for lawsuits. In addition, the things that are mentioned on the bottom of what is being requested by Dr. Komrosky is to review the board policies and whatnot. That doesn't need a resolution. That's something that we can just do as a board. And so I would really recommend that we not pass a resolution that has not been passed through parent committees. You know, if we're really about parent voice, there has been none on this issue. There are committees at every school on every level. And I feel like this is unnecessary. While I personally obviously condemn racism, I don't feel like that's what the actual message of this resolution is, and I feel like it's not appropriate to pass at this time as written.
Dr. McClay, did you mention that it had been looked at by a lawyer and analyzed as such?
It was looked at very, very quickly from the perspective of, does it meet the criteria to put on the board agenda? He did have concerns about it, hence why when Dr. Komrosky and I spoke after the fact, I said, why don't we label it draft if we're going to put it on? My suggestion truly would be that we do need more vetting, not only by the attorney to really come in and talk with us about what his concerns are and to talk with you, but also some of our community groups. I have received quite a few emails from people who want to take a look at it. They want to be involved in it. So.
Would there be an opportunity for a special counsel to advise the board that is not the district's counsel when we're going through and looking at those items?
Yes, there would be, but I believe we would need to contract with that person, which we can do. We would add that.
Might be an opportunity to go through this in a closed session meeting and go over those things with these
It
with
probably,
the attorneys.
it probably
Were those
doesn't-
committee groups put together for you, Mr. Schwartz, when you brought
sorry?
that forward? Were there groups that discussed all of those things when you put forward what you've suggested earlier that Mr. Gonzalez represented?
What Mr. Schwartz presented to me was extremely different. It was a statement about something that was happening specifically in our society at that moment. This is very broad. To me, it's apples and oranges. I don't feel like it's the same at all. And we do that quite often. We recognize something going on in the community or in the world through a resolution. That's not what this is doing, especially at the bottom where, because we're passing this now, we're doing X, Y, and Z, which again, we don't need a resolution for that. We can do that amongst ourselves and decide, we want to review the policies, we want to look at this and that, we want to have meetings with certain people. We don't need a resolution. And as written, it's very dangerous. We don't want this district to be sued. I don't. And I feel like we're all very fiscally conservative. And Mrs. Lash does a fantastic job with this budget. We're in the best financial situation I believe we've ever been in. And why would we want to jeopardize that? Why not take the time to look at it?
Just to let my fellow board members know, this was drafted by a lawyer who is a school board member in Paso Robles, and this has been in effect for 3 semesters.
Excuse me, you mean this is copied from a school board resolution in Paso Robles?
This is a public document. We had full authority to use it, and I know Chris, and he worked with me on it. So yes, this is in effect, and there's no lawsuit against it, and they're 3 semesters in.
I would like to hear from Dr. Komrosky on the creation of this, because I believe you read through and wanted TVUSD to have a policy, and it might be a given because we're looking at all the things, Allison, that you did mention, but there was a lot of thought put into it, and we globally at TVUSD do want to make that stand, and I want you to know that's a positive thing. And so it's good to have this conversation and chat through the particulars, but I know you thought through it.
Yes, and another legal counsel looked at it too and thought it was excellent. So I've sought 2 legal counsel outside of TVUSD, and I'm confident. I'd like to move this forward for a vote.
So let me just ask one question, Mrs. Wiersma. You mentioned that this has been well thought out. So did you discuss this before this meeting?
No, I'm saying that with what he has done in his work.
Go ahead, speak.
I'm just
I
curious
would
just
like
the
to
way you
further
presented that.
know, when a resolution is put forth, I'm going to assume somebody has spent the time.
But wouldn't we want to find out for ourselves and speak to attorneys for ourselves, just as you mentioned with the board
Ex-
policy?
I-
Wouldn't we
I-
want to do that for ourselves and hear from an attorney for ourselves?
Exactly. I would like to hear from our board attorney. I know there are attorneys out there. There's a guy named Giuliani who tried to overturn the last election. I don't want to hear from him. I want to hear from our board attorney, not some outside board attorney.
I'd like to stay on target. I'd like to put forward a motion to vote for this. We have a motion, a second. For all in favor.
Wait, what are you doing?
We've already struck the word join out, and as far as editing the resolution numbers, if this is adopted, I'm
Yes.
calling for a vote. We already have a motion
Did you
and a
amend the
second.
motion?
What's that?
What are the edits that you're making?
The only, please, thank you. The only edit is the word joint on Temecula Valley Unified School District on that very first sentence. Can you please conduct yourselves appropriately? Thank you. So,
Please don't make us have to clear the room, because then the rest of the meeting happens without any input or even observation. So let's give everyone an opportunity. What I'm hearing from the board, we have a motion on the floor, we have a second on the floor, we're about ready to put it to vote. But if there are a couple of edits that you want, if this is approved, one of them obviously is to remove the word joint. I believe there's one more in the third whereas. We just need to correct the acronym for the district. But if the board opts to vote on this. Okay, yours is different. Yours is different. Or do I have the wrong one?
Yeah.
So it's just joint. Okay. So then if the board wants to do this, then we need a motion on the floor to make the one correction, and then we need a second, and then you would need to call for the vote.
okay, calling for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All in favor, all opposed, say, or all opposed, sorry.
Vehemently opposed.
Very opposed.
Motion passed, 3-2. Next item on the agenda is resolution number 2022. If you want this meeting shut down, we can go to closed session, and we won't be able to involve the public, which we really want to do. In fact,
I'm telling you right now. I think they missed an opportunity to get counsel and talk about this.
I call for I'd like to make a motion to extend this meeting until we finish out number 10.
If it takes till midnight?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0 passes. So, item 10, resolution number 2022-23/21, policy against critical race theory. I call for a motion and a second that the governing board adopt resolution number 2022-23/21, policy against critical race theory, CRT. Do I have a motion, or do I, anybody moved and a second? Is anybody going to move in a second on this?
I
So
will
we can
move.
open up discussion?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Worsma moved.
I
and,
believe there are
Mr.
comments
Gonzalez, second.
in the audience on this resolution, and I will reserve my comments till after I hear those.
So yes, that's technically the protocol. Now that we have a motion and a second, because we have public comments on these, we'll go into public comment on this topic only, so the board can hear the input, and then you can discuss and/or call for a vote after that. So you have the list?
Okay, so we have Jennifer Schwarf coming up, and then Scharf, excuse me, and then Carrie Rutz to follow, some of the spelling's not the easiest. I'm going to do my best. Carrie Rutz to follow. So Jennifer?
Thank you. Good evening. I am a TVUSD parent and teacher and the secretary of the One Temecula Valley PAC. First and foremost, Mr. Thompson, I would like to point out that teachers come prepared to work so they don't get laughed at. Also, to the students here raising their voices, I am so very proud of you. Don't let these naysayers, hold you back. Keep going. These two resolutions do not reflect who we are as a district and do not address TVUSD's parents or students' concerns, but are instead part of a national political agenda. One resolution attempts to redefine racism and asks educators to distort history, while the other makes the teacher responsible for any psychological distress a student may feel based on their race or sex, and asks students and parents to target teachers. Both of these resolutions not only put the school district at risk of being sued, much like the Forest Hill School District in Cincinnati, they also jeopardize many of our acclaimed programs. First, the College Board's what AP stands for clearly opposes the letter and tenor of these resolutions as their creed states. AP students are expected to analyze different perspectives from their own. AP courses foster an open-minded approach to the histories and cultures of different peoples. And most consequentially, AP opposes censorship. AP is animated by a deep respect for the intellectual freedom of teachers and students alike. If a school bans required topics from their AP courses, the AP program removes the AP designation from that course. Additionally, most TVUSD seniors take CSU's accredited expository reading and writing course, which is guided by the principle that students' languages, literacies, cultures, and histories are valued and enriched, not treated as deficits to be denied or remediated. Finally, one of TVUSD's most prestigious accomplishments is that we house one of the largest IB programs, an accomplishment these resolutions threaten. In IB's Engaging with Sensitive Topics, it states, courses will provide the opportunity to engage with a broad range of texts and ideas, and these may challenge learners intellectually, personally, and culturally. If these
30
resolutions
seconds.
move forward and you deny our TVUSD students these rich, engaging, relevant learning opportunities, this will be reported to these entities so they can open investigations into your violation of their pedagogical approaches and consider pulling all eligible courses from TVUSD. Please reconsider these divisive and misguided resolutions. Lastly, Dr. Komrosky, in TVUSD, we have policies against academic dishonesty. These resolutions are plagiarized from resolutions brought forth in Paso Robles. At Great Oak,
Thank you. Your time is up. Next, we have Carrie Rutz, followed by Stephanie Arias.
Hello, I'm here to remind you that we teach all students, all content, every day. We want you to represent all students, not just your personal, religious, or political views. It is every kid that matters, and it's the student who doesn't have representation that matters even more. Your proposed resolution was the #1 fastest way to get every single high school student learning what critical race theory is in the last 5 days, 3 days. They have now looked it up, every kid, every content. They've researched you, your backgrounds, where you come from, who you stand for, and they are already critical thinkers. Our high schoolers are going to be voting adults in just a mere 5 months for some of them, and they are forming their views as they watch you guys work, watch your church work, watch your political views work, and that is how they're going to be judging what they want to vote for and how they're going to act and present themselves. I want you to study Ed Code. I want you to study the curriculum that is already approved by the state. I want you to study what teachers and students are already doing, what's already written. We don't need to spend time rewriting, rewording legal documents that are already in place to defend every student in this district. We are on stolen land. We are on land where the Pechanga tribe was not called Pechanga until they were evicted by gunpoint with their grandmothers on wagons to their current location, which was afterwards made a reservation. I think the district has long overdue time to make land reparations. I'd recommend we pay them back for every acreage of land that a school is built on, but the budget would be a little too tight. At least you can do is make a statement of whose land we are on, and the most we could possibly hope for is that we keep curriculum in our schools that teach our town about all of our people here, including the ones of our Native American heritage and the history of California prior to European contact.
Thank you. Stephanie Arias, followed by J.P. Santone. No, we have Arias. Stephanie Arias.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stephanie Arias. My husband and I moved to Temecula with our 4 daughters almost a decade ago. 2 have since graduated, and we currently have a senior at Great Oak High School and a sophomore at River Springs Charter School. We moved here from an impoverished, crime-ridden area and wanted a safer community with more opportunities for our girls. We found that in Temecula, and we still feel fortunate to have been able to make the move all those years ago. With that being said, I'm here today to voice my stance against the proposed ban of any CRT-related curriculum or conversations. While CRT is not currently taught in our schools, banning anything resembling CRT is unnecessarily tying the hands of our educators. These proposed policies seem blatantly biased, prejudicial, and yes, racist. For those who support the policy against CRT-related conversations but I'm not a racist. I agree with these motions, but it's not because of race, it's because I don't want my children to feel guilty about things that happened so long ago. I would like to offer you an alternative perspective to consider. Why is our biggest goal to stop our children from feeling temporarily uncomfortable? And why do we assume they would feel guilt? Learning about the atrocities of our history inspires a lot of feelings in me: shock, outrage, heartache, a deep desire for progress, but not a guilt that would make me shy away from these topics. I actually think it's an insult to all of our children's intelligence to assume that they would simply feel distress in the form of guilt about the horrendous wrongdoings of the past and where that has led in our society today. Our kids are intelligent and thoughtful and truly want the facts to help them form their own opinions. Our goal as parents, educators, and leaders should be to teach our children to face the realities of our world with resilience, perseverance, empathy, compassion, critical thinking, emotional regulation, and so many other things above a shallow comfort based in avoidance. I want my children to grow into human beings of strength, character, and moral conviction, and that cannot be cultivated by pretending difficult realities do not exist. In this way, it is a disservice to all of our children to omit and then ban so much Black history from even being mentioned. Our past continues to inform our present, and these conversations are important to
30
have.
seconds.
Discussing the facts, however ugly they may be, does not have to be a dividing force in our schools or community. We get to decide if we will be divided. We get to show our children how to move through this world with love and grace. And we get to show our children that the future can be better in spite of the past, if only we are willing to learn from it.
Thank you, Stephanie. J.P. Santone next, followed by Sherry Franklin.
All right.
So,
Let's keep the calmness down and respect the audience
my
ability to
name is
speak. Thank you.
JP, and I've been lucky enough to be a U.S. history teacher in Temecula Valley Unified School District for 15 years. It's been the honor of my life to teach these kids the true and accurate history of our great nation. That history has been taught by every teacher that I know in Temecula Valley Unified School District for the entire tenure of my time there. One of the things that we see here is that the groups that are opposed to this resolution have simultaneously held two sides. In one hand, they say that without CRT, we're erasing our school district, we're erasing black history. And on the other side, they say also, CRT is not taught in TVUSD. How can both of those things be correct at the same time? It doesn't make any sense. CRT is something that is not directly taught, but it is put into curriculum by activist teachers, sometimes in this district. TVUSD is not a place where we should see students be marginalized by their race. CRT does exactly that. It takes some students and says that you, just by the dint of your skin color, you are the oppressor. And you will never be anything because the system is rigged against you. That is not a system that will allow our kids to thrive in the future. TVUSD is bound by California content standards as well as being bound by the framework to teach all the topics of U.S. history. In no way, shape, or form will this resolution stop the teaching of the good, the bad, and the ugly of U.S. history, which I have taught my entire career to my kids about what's going on and what happened in our nation. Mostly what's happening here is we have demagoguery and we have fear, and it makes me sad that kids were brought here with the idea, they have real fear that if this resolution passes, that parts of our history will be cut out. That is absolutely incorrect. We are bound to teach those things by the California framework and content standards, and with or without this resolution, those true facts about the good, the bad, and the ugly of U.S. history will always be taught regardless of what happens with this resolution, and I'm thankful that they will be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, JP. Next speaker, Sherry Franklin, followed by Chris Lindberg.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sherry Franklin. I am a mother of 3 children who all went through schools in TVUSD. I'm also a former employee of the school district as a speech-language pathologist. I am currently a small business owner where we treat over 300 kids per week for special needs in both occupational therapy and speech therapy. I'm here tonight in support of the 3 new board members. I have come to the realization that despite the wonderful reputation that TVUSD has had for a very long time, that just below the surface, there is a pattern of covering up many wrongdoings that they would like to sweep under the rug. From COVID policy to the district's special ed lawyers fighting against parents, to campaign violations so routine that everyone thinks it's acceptable. It's time for the leaders of this district to face reality, own up to their mistakes, and rebuild their trust with parents and teachers. If that is the intention of this superintendent and her team, then we should have seen a more welcoming response to these new board members. It appears that the district spent more time organizing and promoting the students' recognitions than it did to the new members of the school board. When you have this kind of apathy for your new board members, I question your willingness and ability to work with them professionally, with respect, and with decorum. When you keep things unspoken and uncommunicative, you develop mistrust. No matter how many people get up here to speak tonight in opposition of this new board or the resolutions being proposed, the new board members were elected by the people. They voted. The parents and the people voted for these 3 new board members. They don't have to show up and gripe their complaints because they spoke at the ballot box. Do not be distracted by the noise of a few and know that the silent majority still exists. And so for the record, I fully support both resolutions submitted by Dr. Komrosky. Since the opposing side continues to state that CRT is not taught in
30
TVUSD,
seconds.
then they should have no problem voting in support of them. If you truly believe that all people deserve the same respect, you just vote yes. Your vote tonight will tell us exactly how you feel about all people groups. So I say congratulations to the 3 new members. You're doing an amazing job so far, and we're here to celebrate with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Next up, Chris Lindberg, followed by Slim Killens.
Hi, my name is Chris Lindberg. I'm a 4-5 combo teacher here in the district. I've taught here for about 23 years. I've been honored to work at a district where we put kids first. And we also look at their social and emotional well-being. Like many of you, I'm a person of faith, and I belong to a local congregation, and these 2 resolutions are very concerning to me. Especially when I read the second one, I feel upset for a number of reasons. Pairing an anti-racism statement with something that says CRT would be wrong seems like it doesn't make sense. It seems like these are 2 things that are not complementary at all. Being anti-racist means calling out racism when you see it and you hear it, and working to prevent it. It means reflecting on our racial identities and the way that race affects our lives. This resolution stifles discussion and may result in teachers feeling unable to answer uncomfortable questions from students or to have honest conversations and discussions about how race affects our lived experiences and is part of our educational journey. In my class, I try to make sure that every child is included, cared for, and celebrated. I believe that's pretty representative of our teaching staff here at TVUSD. I'm lucky to have a class of amazing students that reflect our local population and who are proud of their Asian, African, Hispanic, and European heritages. They've learned through TVUSD teachers and staff that their differences, whether they're related to ability, ethnic background, race, or personality, are not barriers to friendship and community. The shape of a family that kids are born into or adopted into, and other characteristics of identity do not stop students from building friendly relationships with each other. America means freedom and justice for all. The values taught to our students today are kindness, acceptance, community, critical thinking, and working together. As students learn and practice these skills, they become part of the process to make this country the best it can be. Therefore, I urge you not to pass this resolution. It is not consistent with TVUSD policy and values that put kids first. Critical race theory is not part of the TVUSD curriculum, and there is no plan for it to become part of our curriculum. Representing it as part of the K-12 curriculum is untrue. If what we want to do is
3
ensure
seconds.
a safe, inclusive environment for all our students, vote against this unnecessary and misguided resolution. It works against the very idea of anti-racism, and it may make teachers feel unable to engage in honest dialogue about important and relevant issues to students and their lives, like racism. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next up, Slim, followed by Sergio Talamanskis. We have our names and we're going in order of who signed up. One of the 5 students.
My name is Sergio Talamantes, and I'm a junior here.
Excuse me, Sergio, you're not up yet. It's Slim first. And then, yes, that's right. And then you're next, Sergio. You're next. I call this room to order. We can, yeah. We can ask everybody to leave the auditorium, but we really want to include the public.
All right. In an effort to keep the meeting going and everyone in here, if I could have any student that turned in a purple sheet, would you meet me over here while the next speaker is speaking? I will take your names and come up and pull yours next, because I do believe we need to get you home and ready for school tomorrow. Are we okay with that?
Thank you, boss.
Thank you, and let's keep order in the room and respect the next speaker. Thank you.
Let me know when I can go.
Okay. You ready on the timer? Okay, thank you. You're ready.
Martin Luther King Jr. said, "I have a dream that my 4 children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. It is for this reason we the people have made a strong statement in Temecula, electing 3 new board school members. There is no systemic racism in America. For far too long, we have forced Pandora's box of critical race theory, creating racial division within our community and allowing it to insidiously infiltrate our schools.
Please keep it down and respect the speaker. Thank you.
Unauthorized exploitation of youthful minds. Teaching children to hate white people is racist. The collateral damage has been devastating. We will return God-given parental rights to parents and bring normalcy back to our schools. We have been fully vaccinated from the deadly virus of cancel culture, and we will begin cooling down the sweltering heat caused by its racial bigotry. And with this hope, we will be able to transform this city into a beautiful oasis of tranquility and brotherly love, ushering in a renewed sense of enduring peace. This is our destiny. This is our goal, and like a tree planted by rivers of living water, we shall not be moved, letting true freedom ring again in this great city. And when we let freedom ring, when we let it ring from every city, every hamlet, every state, and every nation, we will be able to speed up that day when all God's children, red, yellow, black, and white, will join us in abolishing the malicious act of critical race theory, removing its heavy shackles of oppression from the tiny ankles, hearts, and minds of our most precious gift, the children. Everything is for the safety of the children. Therefore, we will no longer sit idly in our stagnant pews of do-nothing, bound by your heavy chains of tolerance, nor allow ourselves to be lulled to sleep by your melodic symphonies of self-delusion. And we refuse to continue to walk quietly down your corridors of political, judicial, and mainstream media tyranny, allowing the moral foundation of this great nation to be abducted and unjustly incarcerated behind the prison walls of critical race theory, which is a caricature of freedom and equality. The majestic walls of morality still sit firm on a solid foundation of absolute truth, and it could never be abolished by the tumultuous winds of demagoguery, the Democratic Party, rogue judges, Twitter misinformation, and we will continue to speak vociferously.
Okay, time's up. Thank you, Slim. Next we have Sergio. You guys, let's keep order here. We have Sergio Nesa and then Jason Craig, and then all the youngsters that lined up. Thank you. Students.
Hello, my name is Sergio Talamantes, and I am a junior here at TVHS. I think it's important to recognize that CRT is a buzzword of sorts that encompasses the teaching of perceived anti-American history and has and is being distorted to serve political purposes. Yet the conversation and the passing of these resolutions has the potential to pose a real threat to our and the future's education. These changes from the board can and will negatively affect our grades, and in reality, the primary and secondary education curriculum, almost if not absolutely, does not include any mention of CRT. You aren't ridding education of CRT, you are ridding education of the discussion of race and the history of race and racism. We aren't taught the fact that systemic racism exists. We know it because we see it. Race-based power structures woven into the American institutions and exercised by law since their founding does not aim to indict or chastise anyone in the system and those who benefit from it, but it aims to criticize and contextualize said systems. It is important that our educators remind resistant parents that the goals of education is to build a critical understanding of the world in which we live. That cannot be achieved unless we also understand how race and racism have shaped our lives and history as Americans. Racism is not a bygone relic of the past. Acknowledge that the legacy of slavery, segregation, and the imposition of second-class citizenship on Black Americans and other people of color continue to affect the social fabric of this nation. In order to restructure the system so that it works for and serves all members of our society, we must obtain the education that will provide a complex understanding of our world so that we can spend less time feeling worthless guilt and put into action the America that lives up to its ideals of fairness and meritocracy.
Thank you, Sergio. Next, we have Jason Craig, followed by Juane Brown. Excuse me if I mispronounced that. Jason?
Jason Craig, right?
Correct.
All right. Good evening, Cabinet, Dr. McClay, new board. Especially welcome to everyone here that's attending their first active public forum. Hope it's not your last. My name is Jason Craig. I have two young boys that are going to be growing up in this district. For needless to say, I'm not going anywhere for a while. I want to maintain a positive professional relationship with Allison. I did congratulate her on her campaign win. So, you know, we just need to address the elephant in this large room. And many of you have come here to voice your dissatisfaction with these election results. So I want to remind the community that these three, Danny, Dr. K, Jen, all campaigned for months, getting to know neighbors, parents, teachers, community leaders, law enforcement, you name it. I was right there with them, listening, taking notes, researching. You know, they encouraged 16,225 voters to act out of a possible 29,673. It's about 55% of their trustee areas combined. So these three prove that you don't need to be a career educator to earn the trust of our community. As one U.S. president famously said, elections do have consequences. I hope this body understands how much TVUSD means to this community. I can personally attest that these three new board members all have the best interest and integrity in mind for our students, staff, and district. Everyone in this room may all disagree with the route in which we take to the finish line, but we all do end up with the same goal here, to support all students best we can. Dr. McClay, I pray that the transition is welcoming to these new board members who all have much to learn to ensure our district can thrive in the face of change. You know, we still need to foster success with students that struggle with, since the pandemic, special education teachers need more support in their classrooms. We need to improve relationships, parents and staff, counselors need help. These are all things I learned on my campaign trail. At the very least, my wife and I will provide whatever we can to assist this board and the district. So lastly, to anyone who's upset about this resolution regarding critical race theory. So look, if you're here to protest against it, doesn't it mean you support its teachings? if you don't agree with every characterization or definition and feel elements of this theory should be encouraged in our curriculum, please just explain how a Marxist idea of grouping students as oppressed or oppressor
30 seconds.
helps teach a student respect themselves and others. Why spend time trying to convince the community that it isn't taught? The point of this resolution is to ensure that is not taught because it's divisive and dangerous to our young minds. Nor in this resolution does it state a teacher cannot provide a written verification discussion teaching a fact history to learn from our past. So at the very best, it suggests that we just need to be free from political biased opinion in our classrooms. So many would agree this resolution's theme is an individual.
Thank you, Jason. Juan A. Brown, followed by Krista Perez.
Hi, my name is Janai Brown. I'm a senior here at TVHS, and my whole standpoint is that when we speak on the critical race theory, it is not only the theory that we're setting white people up to be guilty or we're trying to force guilt onto them. It's the theory of our history, my ancestors, and how they came through this country. By erasing critical race theory, you're erasing my ancestors' history and the things that they did to build this country up. This country wouldn't be where it was if it weren't for my ancestors who broke their backs to build it. You all want to speak on racism and how it paints y'all as the bad guy. It doesn't paint you as the bad guy. Racism forces y'all to accept what your ancestors did, to recognize what they did, and to learn from it, to be better. The critical race theory isn't a construct that is taught in our schools, but the parts that you guys are trying to erase are parts that are needed for society to go on in a better way. By erasing the fact that, by not allowing students to be taught that racism is integrated into business, is basically sending them out into the world blind. They need to know at a young age how the world works so that they can go out into this world and do their best to succeed in it. By not giving them all the information, like I said, you're sending them into the world blind. They don't have everything they need to succeed. Critical race isn't a big part of what we need to learn, but it is a part of what we need to succeed in America. Regardless of how you feel about it, feelings shouldn't be a part of the politics here. This is education. This isn't about your feelings and how your white fragility can't take what your ancestors did. So, all in all, we shouldn't be banning critical race theory or any of the parts of it because it all matters in how this world is going to continue on in the future. That's it. Bye.
Thank you, Janai. We have Krista Perez, followed by Jack Dickinson. Carissa Perez. Is she here? Okay. Well, if she comes back, we'll filter her in right after a couple of the other students. So Jack Dickinson, followed by Jason Reed.
Mr. President, and may it please the board, let me be frank with you all. Resolution 10 is an egregious washing away and silencing of history that a certain ideological side wants to reject. I would turn the attention of the board to Resolution 10, page 3, subsection H, regarding the banishment of slavery and history curriculum regarding the founding of our nation. You today have proposed a resolution to censor the facts which are our nation's history, that it was built off of slave labor. After speaking to educators throughout my day today before coming here, alongside my 4 previous years at Great Oak High School, I can say without a doubt that we are not demonizing students when we teach them about slavery. And furthermore, Mr. President, we are not teaching critical race theory as you and your proposals suggest. No teacher that I'm aware of has ever done so. Critical race theory is a legal doctrine proposed at the graduate level. And as far as I'm concerned, AP US History is not a graduate level program. Mr. President, you must ask the question, where do we draw the line? If at first Black history, what about LGBTQ history? What about Latino history? What about Asian history? Where do we stop erasing other cultures' history? And as one of my teachers at Great Oak High School mentioned, Mr. Santone, that critical race theory and the argument against it is a paradox, but he appears to be unaware of the origins as a legal doctrine. Yet it's clear we don't teach legal theory, and had he read the resolution, he would have clearly seen that in the very last line which you snuck in, it was only meant to silence the history of enslaved African Americans, not about guilt of white Americans in present time. And Mr. President, I would conclude with trying to come to some bipartisanship. Both
30
sides
seconds.
agree that censorship of information is a terrible idea. And if you censor the history of one minority, where does it end? It will not. Mr. President and members of this governing board, as a member of your schools, I demand you reject this resolution and protect the history of our country as it is, without partisan interference. Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board.
Thank you. Next up, we have Susie, followed by Jean. Susie Stock, followed by Jean Femia.
Hey, board members, I'm not a student, and I'm supposed to be next. Can we let a student go next, if you don't mind?
Was that Jason? Yeah, that's Jason. Thank you, Jason. Susie Stock, are you a student? Okay, let's go down the line. Jean Femia. Jessica Jones. Zoe. We'll do Zoe. Okay, there. Zoe Sullivan.
Hello, I am Zoe Sullivan Douglas, a student in the TVUSD district at Chaparral High School. The resolution against critical race theory is unnecessary. Critical race theory is not being taught in our schools. This resolution is an effort to censor and create fear around conversations important to the understanding of our history. It is undeniable that this resolution will prevent educators from teaching students an accurate history of the state and country. It may be uncomfortable, but honestly, it should be a little bit. The history of race in this country is terrible and sad, but to grow and move forward, we all must be educated on these issues. Racism is not a thing of the past. It persists now, and we all need to recognize that. The First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, California law, and public policy support accurate and inclusive education in all public schools. According to a letter from multiple respectable organizations requesting action from the state superintendent to prevent resolutions like this, Article 1, Section 2A of the California State Constitution states that California students have the right to learn and discuss race, gender, and sexual orientation, as well as the history and viewpoints of marginalized communities. In the past 30 hours, my peers and I have collected nearly 300 signatures of students, parents, and community members who do not approve of this. This resolution is not this community's educational values. It is anti-learning, anti-growth, and anti-education. For these reasons and many more as stated here today, this resolution is limiting, harmful, unnecessary, and should not be passed. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Next up, Jessica Jones, followed by Genesis Kikoa. Jessica Jones, do we have her? Okay, there you go. Take your time. You got it.
Hello everyone, my name is Jessica Jones and I'm a ninth grader at Chaparral High School. When I heard this decision about prohibiting the teaching of critical race theory, I was upset and I think this is a bad decision. Prohibiting critical race theory damages our youth and promotes false history. But what exactly is critical race theory? Critical race theory states that U.S. social institutions, the criminal justice system, education system, labor market, housing market, and healthcare system are laced with racism embedded in laws, regulations, rules, and procedures that lead to differential outcomes by race. It's important for students to learn about this since it's not taught already. But assuming this were taught, students have so much to learn. History is already sugar-coated, hiding the truth about things that are important to BIPOC history. If you don't know what BIPOC stands for, that's Black, Indigenous, People of Color. Prohibiting this will only inconvenience teachers in being able to teach and being unable to teach history accurately. Scholars and activists who discuss CRT are not arguing that white people living now are to blame for what people did in the past. They are saying that white people living now have a moral responsibility to do something about how racism still impacts all of our lives today. If we ban this discussion of CRT in classrooms, we are repeating the same history so many people fought to have in the books. I understand that some people may not understand where I'm coming from, but then again, we have different experiences. As a student of color, these topics directly affect me. Representation is important, and it might be uncomfortable for some people, but this is needed so we can grow and learn as a community and understand each other and our backgrounds. In our history books, minoritized history is already limited, so why try and limit it more? My little brother is also in the Temecula Valley Unified School District. He's a second grader, and I would hate for him to not learn about the true history, the right history. As you can see, there are many students in here that are against this decision, so please consider not letting this regulation pass. I don't want students of color to go uneducated about their past. BIPOC history is U.S. history, so let's not forget it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Genesis, followed by Brianna Singh.
My name is Genesis Kikoa, and I'm the president of the Black Student Union at Temecula Valley High School. Today we're here to discuss the erasing of history. In school, we are overloaded from a very young age about the struggles of white Americans. We learn about the unfair treatment of early white settlers and what they had to endure from the British. We study the unfair treatment of poor white young women in factories in the Industrial Revolution, and we see how white Americans overcame these struggles. We also learn about slavery. We briefly touch on the cruel treatment of Black people, the murders, hangings, beatings, and rapes of Black people. And from there, we learn how Black people overcame these things. We learn about Ruby Bridges and Rosa Parks and their fight for equal treatment. And we learn the role that Black people had in creating this beautiful country of opportunity. Today, you want to take this away from me. You want to erase my history. You want to limit the teaching of Black and minority history even further. You want to pretend that my history didn't happen for the sake of your children's feelings. But what about how I feel? What about the Black and brown children's lives? What about the responsibility of telling the whole truth and not just the whitewashed version from the white perspective? The school board has to think about all of us. Now, some of you may think that since this history is so far behind us that it's irrelevant. But if my history is irrelevant, then so is yours. Why should we learn about the treatment of white settlers and what they had to endure from the British, or the treatment of white girls in factories, all things that happened over centuries ago, when if you had it your way, we would not be able to discuss Ruby Bridges or Rosa Parks, things that just happened recently. There's not nearly enough Black history taught in school today. And with your CRT resolution, you are showing that your intentions are to reduce it even further. How many generations is it going to take for for you school board people to stop acting like your racist ancestors. I hope your children will do better.
Thank you. Next up, we have Brianna Singh, followed by Jack Baunlatte.
Hello, my name is Brianna Singh, and I'm a student here at TVHS. I'm a junior. I just wanted to talk about the inaccuracy of saying that this resolution is for the children, because if it was really for the children, you'd be listening to us. We are the children that this topic matters to, and we're the children that this topic affects. I'm sure you've noticed that if you were to look at the audience and the middle section that's filled with students. The only people that the erasure of history will benefit is white children, and we know that by for the children, you meant for the white children. I would also like to know why the voice of us, the students here tonight, has been so silenced, especially by the proposal of those resolutions. Why is the school board, which is supposed to be serving the students of this district, making decisions that we are clearly against? This is our school and our education. Also, I was disgusted by the use of a Martin Luther King quote in the blatantly racist document of resolutions for this meeting. People like those of you who agree with that document, that is, if you read it, are exactly what he was against. I urge you to listen to the students your policies are affecting. We are right here.
Thank you. Jack, followed by Melissa Chow. I think I'm pronouncing it right, not sure. Chai. Oh, thank you.
My peers here today are not here to promote hate towards any sort of white community. We are here because we believe that the damages of hundreds of years of discrimination will not disappear by ignoring the issue of race. This is evident by the fact that students of color can continue to testify towards discrimination and humiliation happening towards them in their communities. Banning discussions around critical race theory that this resolution would propose would limit critical thought and academic exploration. Our nation is built on the premise of free speech and freedom of expression, which means that even looking out at this room today, we can see just the wide range of ideas presented to us. And how can we prepare our students to enter this world surrounded by various different people of various perspectives if they do not know how to analyze point of views that are different than their own? These limits on what can and cannot be shown in schools is censorship, and we cannot raise a generation who can think independently and critically about their surroundings if they are not exposed to a wide range of information. Oh my gosh. Oh my God, guys.
Just take your time.
We celebrate freedom of thought in our schools. In fact, Education Code Section 51204.5 requires California schools to include the study of people of different racial groups, genders, and sexualities, and their contributions to, and I quote, the economic, political, and social development of California and the United States of America, with a particular emphasis on portraying the role of these groups in contemporary society. And how can we talk about how these groups present themselves in contemporary society without talking about the way that racist policies present themselves? And if we present the facts that, say, students of color are 3 times more likely to be suspended or expelled for similar charges as white students, and we present the facts that
Thank you. We have Melissa next, and then Bethel to follow, and then Maya. Those are the last three students that we have. Melissa.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Melissa Chai, and I'm a 9th grade student at Chaparral High School. Before I get started, I just wanted to give my appreciation for all of you for working so hard to make our schools the best they possibly can. I've been in the district since kindergarten, and I truly wouldn't be the person I am today without this. I co-started a club at Chaparral with two of my good friends in the audience here, Batel Albe and Zoe Sullivan Douglas, called March for Our Lives, about political activism. We began this club to inspire young people to think about what they truly stand for and what they can do to help. After hearing about the decision being made about prohibiting the teaching of critical race theory in the district, I would like to request that this resolution is dropped. School should be a place that encourages students to engage in free discussion in an academic environment. It should be challenging students intellectually by introducing them to a variety of thoughts and viewpoints that will lead to helping them shape their own values in life. There's no need to ban a certain school of thought from the classroom, and students should be introduced to all different ways of thinking rather than having their opinions dictated. My club even began a student petition just yesterday morning asking students around our school if they thought that the ban against CRT should be dropped, and we've already received nearly 300 signatures. The students themselves understand that it's important to widen your mindset in order to grow as an individual. And that's what I've always believed that TVUSD encouraged me to do. So I hope you take my proposal into consideration. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Bethel, and then Maya to follow. Bethel.
School is a place where many students expect to feel comfortable. While there may be a fraction of students that disagree with this sentiment, the material we are being taught in our humanities classes is not responsible for this feeling. My name is Batel Albe. I'm a freshman at Chaparral High School, and I founded the Temecula and Chaparral chapter of March for Our Lives alongside my classmates Melissa Chai and Zoe Sullivan Douglas. Critical race theory is not prominent within our schools. When approaching students with our petitions, we got confused looks and questions of what that was in return. If this ideology is not taught rigorously enough for students to recall what it is, there is no benefit in eradicating it completely. Censorship is a privilege within schools in the sense that certain materials we are taught may be uncomfortable, but does not take from the fact that it is a pivotal part of our education system. As of now, we have collected nearly 300 signatures, some of which from supporting staff and majority students from Chaparral, stating that it would be severely unjust for this motion to be passed. With the freedom of speaking on very real issues to minorities, communities have been formed and knowledge has become more fruitful. We must be able to offer these privileges to future students. One resolution states that critical race theory assigns generational guilt and racial guilt for conduct and policies that are long in the past. I do not intend to debate the validity of racial discrimination within today's society, but I do intend on pointing out the hypocrisy within this motion and stand for the freedom of perception. It is stated that if critical race theory is banned, students will be free to critically think, and that will help students navigate the past, present, and future. Students cannot be expected to form their own opinions and become critical thinkers if the only knowledge they are provided is filtered through another's perception. Students cannot be expected to navigate their past while being provided a blurry version of it. If we do not intend on tampering with the students' freedom of opinion, then we must not tamper with their right to knowledge. Offering a fabricated version of our past to protect potential uncomfort defeats our right to detailed and unconditional education. If history is not taught, it is bound to repeat itself. For these reasons, I am asking the board to deny this resolution and allow students to be educated thoroughly of our past. Thank you.
Thank you. Maya? Followed by Jason Reed.
Hello and good evening. I'm Maya Slagle-Skalka, a sophomore at TVHS, and as a TVUSD student in your trustee area, Dr. K, I am appalled to see that your first action out of the gate is to sow division in our schools. You probably don't know this because it doesn't look like you've taken the time to understand your job, but we don't teach critical race theory in our schools. And you're flaming anger and aggression where it isn't needed. Shame on you. By, by having this meeting in my school's beautiful theater and calling in the various news agencies, you are showing our community exactly who you are. Again, shame on you. As a teenager, I feel qualified to call you out on this one because I have seen all these issues in person at my school. It feels as though you are more concerned with going viral at the expense of students at TVUSD than you are with helping create a safe school environment for all of us. Again, I say shame on you. You want to preach about equality while whitewashing the truth of our history. Your actions are showing us that we are doomed to repeat things if we are not willing to look at ourselves. Again, I say shame on you. I'm not sure if you understand how we write research papers at TVHS. You seem to be out of touch with our district, but you can't just copy statements without citing your sources. That's plagiarism. And you can't just make a bunch of statements without providing balanced research from reliable sources. Otherwise, you're just screaming into your own echo chamber. If you want to affect real change in our TVUSD schools to involve of students, reach out to the students of color at our schools. Reach out to the LGBTQ community students at our schools. We will work with you. We're all begging for a seat at your table. As you've seen here tonight, that we all have our voice and we all want to voice
30
our
seconds.
opinions. And no matter what you do, you can't silence us, and we will just get louder and get our point across. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Reed, followed by Susie Stock.
All right. All right. Why am I here tonight? Somebody said that sign that was put up around the school is racist. That sign is the reason why I'm here tonight. My daughter actually texted me while I was at work in San Diego and said, "Dad, this is what's going on tonight. I think you need to come down here and see what's going on." So I'm down here for my daughter. My daughter graduated from Great Oaks High School, and I still have two sons that actually go there right now. All right. Let's be honest. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery in 1865, as we know that, right? But nothing actually happened until when? 1965. That was 100 years later. All right? The same students that we cheer on right at these b-ball games, football games, track meets and stuff like that, we're tearing them down in the classroom with this that we're doing right here. All right? I get it. All right? I get it. We're all taxpayers. We're taxpayers. We feel like what we think is right? What we think is right. But it's a reason for this CRT. It's a reason why we're here having this conversation right now. And the reason is because the students, it's not about us, it's about these students right here that's behind me right now, okay? And I'm gonna share a story, all right? I came back from an 8-month deployment, all right? 15 years in the United States Navy, came back from an 8-month deployment in August. I came and I talked to my son. I said, "Hey, son, you ready for school? You know, what's going on or whatever. He's like, "Dad," he just held his head down. And he didn't, I was out to sea when he was going to school back in spring, right, of this year. And he said, "Dad, I've dealt with somebody calling me, 'Hey, Tyrone.'" I don't know if y'all know what Tyrone is, but it's like a racial slur. And the kids behind him were just laughing about the situation, right, until my son got serious and said, "Hey, come here, I'm not going to tolerate that," right? So it's taking you as the board members, we need to be able to educate these kids, because if they're not being taught at home and they're not being taught at school, right, we're not having a seat at the table to discuss what's really a mental health situation with our kids right now. Let's talk about the numbers. 111,000 people here in Temecula, right? 65% make up, right, white people, okay? That's 65,000 people. 4% make up black people. That's 5,500. So even with that 29,000, voters that went out and the 16,000 that put you guys in that seat, what are you saying to that 5% that went out and voted for you? You're saying that it doesn't matter.
30 seconds.
All right. My last thing is this. Somebody said, who is leading these individuals? They're leading themselves. Love is leading them. Care is leading them. All right? That's what's leading them right now. And their voice matters. And to my teenagers that's in high school, you see what you put in these seats. When you turn 18, you need to read those ballots and you need to get out and vote. Do you hear me? That's what you need to do. And I'm so sorry, but I'm speaking through passion. Thank you.
Thank you. Susie Stock, followed by Jean Femia.
Hey, I'm going to start by saying that is a really tough act to follow right there. Thank you, sir. Good evening. I'm a proud parent and a veteran teacher in our district. I believe in the separation of church and state, but I think it's important for me to clarify that I am a woman of faith, and I have a strong Christian faith, and that is the lens from where I see this. New school board member Joseph Komorowski is backed by the local extremist 412 Church and the Inland Empire Family PAC. Their church and their political group does not focus on Jesus' greatest commandment, which is love, but rather they are in the business of politics, division, and hate. We should be peacemakers, and by being on here on your first day, and this is your first agenda item, you are sowing division and hate. This is a white nationalist movement that is not and will not be supported by our community. We do not teach critical race theory in our school district, nor is it taught in any K-12 curriculum. But the language is tricky. They are trying to trick us, and they are trying to catch students and teachers who do not fall in line. There are facts that we as parents and educators must defend. Racism really happens. It occurs in housing, in employment, in research, in healthcare, in our schools every day, in government and interpersonal relationships, intentionally or unintentionally. America really means freedom and justice for all. California law, the Ralph Civil Rights Act of 1976, is clear. No person may be targeted, harassed, or threatened based on their age, gender, including gender expression and identity, race, skin color, religion, ancestry or heritage, national origin, disability, medical condition, genetic information, marital status, sexual orientation, citizenship, political affiliation, position in a labor dispute, primary language, or immigration status. Recognizing that racism and discrimination happens allows us to figure out how to build the society we created when we wrote the words, "We the people," and fought on the premise that all men are created equal.
30 seconds.
We honor diversity. We value multiculturalism. We include everyone in our history and everything that happened to them. We do not erase, we do not silence, we do not whitewash. We do not censor communities of color's history or organizations or political rights. We do not ban books featuring racism or people with different gender identities. Providing schools that protect and make all children feel safe and loved is what school boards are supposed to do.
Thank you. Jean Femia, followed by Andrea Dunham.
Good evening, trustees and district staff. First, I'd like to congratulate the new trustees and welcome to the Temecula Valley District. My name is Jean Femia. My husband and I moved here in 1987, and the quality of the public schools was a primary reason we moved here. Pardon me, we were not disappointed. My children are grown now, but I still retain an interest in the school district that served our family so well. I applaud the concern that your resolution condemning racism shows. It may not be necessary, but it's, you're showing concern. However, I am very concerned about this resolution regarding critical race theory, and I urge you to consider its results and effects. Critical race theory is a complex body of academic and legal research. It's been taught in law schools, in some colleges and universities, often at the graduate level. It is not taught in K-12 public schools. The resolution before you ignores the complexity of the theory and instead makes inaccurate and vague statements about it. More importantly, the resolution specifies concepts that are forbidden to be taught, even though they really could be very useful concepts for discussion, especially in high school classes. So one of them is this: is power a factor in racial prejudice? I have a master's degree in U.S. history from UCLA, earned a long time before CRT was developed. And I would say that idea is worth discussion. Do many black people or Asians or Hispanics experience racism in their normal lives? Is racism normal? Well, yeah, I thought we'd gotten past that until I started talking with, frankly, with some black friends, middle-class educated people just like me, who still cannot assume that they will be treated with the same respect I get. Has the dominant group in our society portrayed different ethnic groups in different ways over time? Yes. Most of us, many of us, have ancestors who immigrated here from Sweden or Ireland or Italy, who were portrayed as stupid, alcoholic, dirty, or criminal, whose economic and social options were limited as a result. But those ethnic groups are viewed differently now. My husband's Italian uncles
30
heard
seconds.
ethnic slurs, but their grandchildren do not. How can you understand American history without considering ethnic experience and how these groups have been treated over time and viewed? These concepts are important for our students to think about critically, to understand our history and our society. Yet this resolution prohibits them. This resolution would leave teachers unable to discuss these questions and fearful about discussing very many questions. I urge you to not pass this resolution.
Thank you. Andrea Dunham, followed by Sandra Cox.
Hello, my name is Andrea Dunham, and I want to voice my opposition to this ban on CRT. Bans on CRT, like the one proposed tonight, are bans on teaching honest history and deny freedom of speech for those who teach the truth. Danny, Joseph, and Jennifer, your campaign platforms were all about giving parents back control and listening to parents. You assured Temecula that parent voices would be heard if you were elected. Well, I am a parent, so hear my voice. I have 2 kids in the Temecula School District, and I want them to learn the truth about our history, all about racism and how we can do better in the future. The idea that white children learning the truth about racism will lead them to hating themselves and other white people is absurd. My husband and I are honest with our children about race, discrimination, and the terrible things people have done in history. We have even told them about mistakes we have made in the past. We tell them we have made choices in the past or had certain beliefs based on the information available to us at that time. We tell them that since then, we have listened to those impacted by racism. We have learned from those who know more than us. We have grown, we have changed, and we are now able to do better. This has not led our children to hate white people, themselves, or us. They are learning that to not repeat history, you have to learn about it. Maya Angelou said, "Do the best you can until you know better. Then, when you know better, do better." Our teachers should be allowed to teach our children the truth about our nation's past and present racism so that they can know better and do better. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Sandra Cox, followed by Julie Geary.
Thank you, members of the school board and the community. I'm a board-certified psychiatrist, and I stand before you as someone who has had 30 years of experience treating mental illness. I'm also a mother, and I'm also extremely concerned about this proposal that you're making. In order for any of us to make changes in ourselves, we have to first confront the things within us that we want to change. The same goes for our society. Some members of this board would deny our country's history of slavery and its residue that has extended into the Jim Crow era and beyond. They believe that teaching this history will harm white children, when in actuality, I believe it's more harmful not to. Teaching our children the truth about our history helps them understand how, when we fail to be aware of and confront our racism, we miss a vital opportunity to create a better world. We want our children to do better, to be better, to stand on our shoulders as successful, competent humans. How can they do that if they do not understand how to confront the parts of themselves and our society that have failed and continue to fail others? Human growth can only be accomplished by acknowledging where we have failed or need to do better. Don't we teach them that in their academics? If they make a mistake on a math problem, don't we show them how they made the mistake and help them to correct it? Don't we do that in sports? Don't we do that in their other endeavors? Do we not teach them about failed political policies and laws in order to learn how not to make the same mistakes? Why would we deny them the same opportunity to learn from our country's past and the mistakes and past behaviors of our ancestors? I'm telling you this reluctantly as the great-granddaughter of a KKK member. He was married to my great-grandmother, who was a part of the Underground Railroad.
30 seconds.
And I want you to know that I have to embrace both of those if I'm going to learn from the mistakes and the successes of my ancestors. I would ask you to give our children the opportunity to know the whole truth, no matter how ugly, about our nation's past, so they can learn from those mistakes, and we as a society can move forward with a commitment to make our future brighter.
Thank you. Julie Geary, followed by Rick Bodeker. Just to let the audience know, we have 10 left and we're finished with public comments. Can you guys calm down? We are almost done with public comments. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
I don't need a break. Hello, I'm Julie Geary. I am not a groomer. I'm a teacher, not in this district, but I am a teacher. I'm not a groomer, but when students come into my class, I affirm them. I validate them. I want to know about their culture, their experience, because their voice matters. Their story matters. We cannot silence the stories of students. Dr. K, you didn't even write this. You took it from Paso Robles. This is not Paso Robles. This might be a beautiful wine country like Paso Robles, but that's where the similarities end. You have not gone into the schools to talk with teachers. meet with students, and see what's going on. I'm a science teacher, and what's important to me is evidence. You made a claim. Where's your evidence? If your evidence is Paso Robles, this isn't that place.
Respect the speaker, thank you.
So you need to bring data. You need to have evidence. You need to cite your sources, because all these kids have, and they were amazing. And their voices matter. You need to listen, because what you're doing is you're trying to tell teachers how to do their job without you of ever stepping a foot inside of a classroom in TVUSD. You're trying to tell students that their history doesn't matter, and it does. You need to listen before you speak. You need to sit down, bring people to the table. By bringing people to the table, that is respectful. You need to bring people to your table. You need to listen to them. Because who you are listening to is a national Christian agenda brought to you by an extremist local church and pastor who is not an educator. He is not an educator. He does not have the experience in the classroom. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He is trying to bring his very narrow view of religion and trying to spread it to all of these students. You need to listen to these diverse voices. You need to listen to students, to teachers, and not just your echo chamber.
Thank you. Next up, Rick Boddicker, and then followed by Edgar Diaz. Be respectful of the next speaker, please. We're almost getting through these. We're almost done. Rick, are you here, Boddicker? Okay, I think Rick. Is there Rick? All right.
Good evening, TVUSD students, parents, citizens, board members. Critical race theory is an academic concept that is more than 40 years old. The core idea is that race is a social construct, and that racism is not merely the product of individual bias or prejudice, but also something embedded in legal systems and policies, kind of like the one we're talking about tonight. The basic tenets of critical race theory, or CRT, emerged out of a framework for legal analysis in the late 1970s and early 1980s. It was created by legal scholars Derek Bell, Kimberly Crenshaw, and Richard Delgado, among others. It's an elective in some law schools and graduate sociology programs. It is not being taught in any public K through 12 educational institution in the United States. The only reason the vast majority of Americans have even heard of it is because some politicians on the political right employed it as an extremely cynical red herring in political campaigns aimed at inciting a certain segment of their base. The only outcome that will be achieved through resolutions and laws of this nature, as they have been enacted in several states, and is being proposed here today, will be to instill fear among educators of teaching or discussing the history of race relations and current events related to race relations in the U.S. in any form or fashion. If that's your objective and your agenda, might I suggest that you just come out and say so, rather than employing such a cynical straw man whose main objective appears to me to be nothing more than a political device intended to sow disinformation and division. In addition to that, this resolution raises, I believe, legitimate issues as they relate to the First Amendment rights of educators and their students.
30 seconds.
I believe that by virtue of members of this board even proposing such a measure, that your intent here is to politicize and impose your belief systems upon the entire school district. What comes next? Banning books, magazines, and newspapers with which you disagree from school libraries? Mandating the teaching of the biblical creation story alongside the reality of physical and earth sciences?
Time's up. Thank you. Edgar Diaz, followed by Deborah Abrams.
Well, almost good morning for all of you still here, everyone still here. My purpose in coming here today, I always put my name in there. I usually pass or not, whether I want to speak on a topic or not. And I know Friday, Joseph, we had a conversation about these initiatives, about how you wanted to have a conversation with the community and listen to them about what would happen, because you did not want to talk about it with me. These two issues are concerning in concert together. When they speak about an issue that you want to put forth into the district, when you have not been here long enough to see what is actually needed in our district. I'm concerned what's happened so far, that on your first day, instead of being a time of celebration, you've created a lightning rod of political divisiveness and energized many people to come and speak on behalf of different items that, you know, could have just not been there, could have been discussed with groups, could have met with students, could have met with educators and parents and seen what the need was before bringing forth for board business. CRT for me is used as a political item on a platform to do what, I cannot tell you. I do know there are state standards to understand the controversies of the time, as my colleagues who taught U.S. history and other social science have come and talked before me. Race and poverty in our country are difficult issues to confront. The discussions are loaded with economic, social, personal, and political undertones. Yet as a greater amount of viewpoints are surfaced and challenge narratives of our country, we as a society uncover the complex relationships that people of our country lived with. And yes, they are uncomfortable to confront. As we see today, interpretation and emotional reception is difficult to predict, as I was, even in my earlier address, labeled as hostile tonight. Our country, in its historical arc, has created greater political and economic opportunities for a diverse group of people. That was not always the case. Politically, only white men with a great amount of property would vote for members of the House. Then they would select the Senate and then the President. The South traded taxes for increased representation in the House in the two-thirds compromise. When qualifications for property, wealth, or taxes were finally removed, that increased the ability of white men to vote across the country. Did a few men of color vote? Sure, when their community would allow it. Unfortunately, the laws of economic prosperity lighted the path to economic success through enslavement. Lincoln was able to refocus the debate about inclusion in our country by highlighting the ideals that our country was born from in the Declaration of Independence, a document that blamed slavery on the British king but was edited out by the larger Congress to ignore its continued practice. Lincoln urged the country to consider that spilt blood that brought our country to the brink was by the states attempting to protect a system that subjugated in some states half the population. Not that the other half was successful, since the other 25% of white people were...
Time's up. Thank you, Edgar. We have Deborah Abrams. Following that is James Peters.
Good evening. I'm Debbie Abrams. I've lived in Temecula for over 21 years and have had children in our public schools for the past 14. I'm an Air Force retiree. I'm currently a doctoral student and I teach at a local college. First, I would like to thank all past school board members and the superintendent for their hard work and for making the Temecula schools one of the best in the state. Now on to an item you have on tonight's agenda. Your resolution on CRT contains many incorrect statements. CRT is a graduate-level theory that asks questions about the role of race and racism in society. It calls on scholars to review societal systems and institutions to identify how they unfairly disadvantage people based on race. Anyone who has studied history knows racist practices were embedded into many of our systems. We know this based on the writings and statements of those who established these systems. We have spent over 100 years in this country trying to correct some of these wrongs. It is naive at best and willfully racist at worst to say that we have already dismantled every policy and social norm that limits equality. Now, with all that said, CRT is not being taught in our K-12 classes. History, critical thinking, and diverse perspectives are. Our children are learning what, how, and why things happened. They are presented with multiple perspectives and are asked to evaluate and support their ideas. No one is teaching our children that they are responsible for the racial discrimination of the past. They are being asked to be aware of the ignorance and mistakes of the past to avoid repeating them, so that they know better and do better. Based on your upcoming resolution against racism, it seems you'd favor analyzing its effects. But after reading the erroneous and misleading statements about CRT in your resolution, I'm afraid that your narrow definition of racism will result in any critical discussion of racism being labeled as racist. I'm afraid you're going to hunt and persecute any teacher who mentions race or validates the experiences of our diverse students. Attempting to silence all discussion of diversity, equity, and inclusion as racist is just plain wrong. I began tonight by telling you I'm a military retiree so that you can't dismiss me and decide that I hate the United States because of my comments. I love this country and served it faithfully for over 25 years, but I don't ascribe to the idea that you have to believe we're infallible to believe in our ideals. I challenge this board to do the following to maintain our high-quality education in Temecula. Follow the laws of the state and don't waste the students and schools' money on attempts to tilt at conspiracy windmills. Listen to our teachers and students when they tell you what they need.
Time's up. Thank you. James Peters, followed by Kara Dolman.
Hello, my name is James Peters. I graduated from Great Oak High School last year, and I'm currently attending USC majoring in political science with a pre-professional emphasis on pre-law. To err or not err, this proposed motion laid in front of us is worse than a classical error and a Greek tragedy. We know the poor implications we set with this. This proposed motion lacks anything but typical radicalized rhetoric pushed to break progressive change. All this proposed motion does is give further power to a bureaucratic system which intrudes itself on the classroom. This policy would make it harder for students applying for higher education, as this will conflict with AP policies and may have our AP classes stripped. AP, I've already stated, they would pull AP statuses from schools that would pull key concepts like race. Since we are also bringing up MLK in the motion and previously, how about we bring up more history about it? Did you know the FBI in the 1960s sent him a very polite letter? The document unraveled by Yale graduate historian Beverly Gage reading, "King, there is only one thing left for you to do. You know what it is. You are done. There is but only one way out for you. You better take it before your filthy, abnormal, fraudulent self is bared to the nation." If racism is not systematic in our governmental bureaucracy, why did the government tell MLK Jr. to hang himself? Why did the government sell crack cocaine to black communities to fund killing innocent lives in South America? A couple of you lived through this in the 80s and 90s, so I don't think it was that long ago. Critical race theory is not being taught K through 12. The CRT ban movement is idiocracy surrounding a red herring, which radiates fear in the classroom for the teachers when topics such as racism is brought into the AP US history discussions. Voting yes to this motion will dictate two things. You are in bed with radical Christian nationalism and in bed with Tim Thompson. That's it.
Thank you. Carol, followed by Austin Kikoa. Kara Gelman. Kara? Who's at the mic? What's your name? Okay.
This is Kara Goldman or Gelman.
So Kara's to follow James.
She's supposed to,
Got it. You're next.
but I don't see a Kara. No Kara? I would go to the next one.
Yeah, so we don't have a Kara, so do we have an Austin? Go.
Your CRT resolution uses words like assigns generational guilt and racial guilt for conduct and policies that are long in the past. Uses words like not imposing the responsibility of historical transgressions in the past. The racist, abusive conduct and policies by American society are not long in the past or ancient history as your words would imply. For example, public hangings due to race, lynchings, and sundown towns happened and were as recent as my parents' generation. Some sundown towns still exist. My wife's own father was still picking cotton as a child in Mississippi due to the landowner keeping his sharecropper parents indentured through debt and limited access to education. It is not long ago that those policies were changed. There are those that live those policies of those times that are still alive today. And as for the conduct part, we still struggle with racist conduct in this very school district and city today. It's been a part of the old traditions around these parts that some of you like to hang on to. You would think we would take the new opportunities we have here to change that. Is this really about CRT, or is there a more insidious intent behind your first aggressive act as our new school board? So I ask you, is this CRT resolution merely you're laying the groundwork for you to continue more aggressive actions to suppress the voice, history, and protection of Black Americans and other students of color? Will the culture clubs be one of your next targets for elimination? Several of your new school board members have already shown by their actions their willingness to silence the voices of Black mothers and other minority voices when they were questioned for their statements during their campaigns for the very seats you sit now. Many Black and minority mothers blocked, silenced by these new school board members. Restricting and banning discussion on racism doesn't mean it doesn't exist, or will just go away if you don't acknowledge it. Quite to the contrary, it'll make matters worse, like these new board members' poor example of pretending the questions of those Black mothers didn't exist. The whole truth of American history must be taught, and not just from the sole glory of the Anglo-centric point of view. The rest of the story must be told, even the parts some of us may be ashamed for our children to learn. We must learn the whole history, or the parts we withhold, we will be doomed to repeat. All of these need to be acknowledged and faced with courage and love. That is where the true healing can begin, free, open dialogue nurtured, and we can move on and move forward as one, in strength and in love.
Thank you. Sina, if I'm pronouncing that right, Sina Trigus, followed by Stephanie Holloway.
Good evening. My name is Sina Trigas, and I'm here from representing different points of, or different background, if you will. I was a school board member. In fact, I was recognized by my fellow board members when I was given the presidency of the San Diego County School Boards Association. I was on the school board of San Marcos Unified. I was also a teacher, and I was the department chair, social science, taught AP and IB history, and I also was a professor, adjunct professor at Palomar College. So I'm coming from different angles, if you will, but people are so great. The kids are so great presenting their views and really things that I would say. What I want to talk about, which hasn't been addressed, is the critical race theory and its definition according to our California School Boards Association. As you know, you are members of the California School Boards Association, and they came out with a paper on critical race theory. And what they talked about is obviously the background, and the definition is what I want to, say right now. Critical race theory emphasizes race as a social construct with social significance, not a biological reality. It acknowledges that racism is embedded within systems and institutions that replicate racial inequality, codified in law, embedded in structures, and woven into public policy. I think this is what we want to teach our kids, that because of our social, cultural, historical experiences, we see those who are dictating our government, our press, or whatever you want to call it, our laws, obviously. It's embedded. It's embedded today. And as a historian, I reflect on that. How can you deny to the students looking at history and saying, okay, we're not going to teach this because it may embarrass a few? Well, they address that too. Does CRT say that all white people are racist? No.
Sorry, 30 seconds.
CRT avoids a focus on the individual in favor of critiquing how systems use race to allocate social, political, and economic power in ways that favor certain groups, historically white people in the case of the United States,
Thank you. We have 3 speakers left. Stephanie Holloway, followed by Ben Richards.
All right, good evening. Let me start by stating that Dr. King has said so many more profound quotes than the common quotes that you continually misuse. Let's try this one on. Whites, it must be frankly be said, are not putting in a similar mass effort to re-educate themselves out of their racial ignorance. It is an aspect of their sense of superiority that the white people of America believe they have so little to learn. This is what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said in Where Do We Go From Here in 1967. All students in this country have a First Amendment right to learn about history and viewpoints of all communities. Additionally, the First Amendment also protects the right to share ideas, including teachers' and students' rights to receive and exchange information and knowledge. What you are proposing is an attempt to censor student learning, and you are asking that we press the stop button on the progress that we have made in the social studies content standards for California public schools. As newly elected board members who have not spent time in K-12 education, you are not well versed in California state standards. As an educator myself, let me give you a brief introduction. The standards have an introductory section for all 3 grade bands, elementary, middle school, and high school. In every single one of them, it states something to the effect of how students will be expected to connect the present to the past and examine relationships. How do you expect this to happen with the resolution you propose? Racism is real, and voices of color are crucial to understanding the experience of Black people in contemporary society and how it connects to the past. In your resolution, it looks as if you are attempting to silence voices of color as to their own experience. That is shameful. You mentioned something about the voice of color thesis, and I want to clarify what that exactly means. Here are some various other standards that highlight the connection of events in the past to events in modern society. Students will consider the major social problems of our time and trace their causes to historical events. Students will trace the development of American politics, society, culture, and economy. There are many others, and I encourage you to look them over carefully. We all know that none of us are responsible for what our ancestors did in the
30
past, but let
seconds.
me make it clear that you should feel immense guilt for attempting to perpetuate racism into the future. You are using the same rhetoric that has been utilized for decades to support white nationalism. Let me end with a quote from Dr. King. With each modest advance that white population promptly raises that argument that the black person has come far enough. Each step forward accents an ever-present tendency to backlash. We stand together to push back against this resolution, and we propose that we push forward towards progress, not sin.
Thank you. We have Ben Richards and Gia Ruda.
Evening, everybody. Ben Richards, came here from San Diego. My family actually moved us here in 1988, and I graduated high school here. Very nice auditorium. Why am I here? Because 1 year ago, my kids, 6 years old, they had an elementary school lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender queer club. And I'm not anti-LGBTQ. I'm not anti-club, but it has an intersectionality with critical race theory. And after going all the way up to the top, all I ever wanted to do was be notified if they showed up to this club. And after peeling back the layers for a year, I have been finding out this radical indoctrination that's happening in our schools. It's leftist ideology, and one of the things is critical race theory. Critical race theory is in itself racist. Now, the parents have spoken. If you want to teach your children critical race theory, and if you want to teach them this radical gender ideology, that's fine. You go do that in your own home. But we don't want it in our schools. And the great mind unlock is that no matter how nicely you ask these people, no matter if you say please, and even if you tell them that the things that they are telling you makes you feel unsafe, they don't care. They don't care about you, and they don't care about your feelings or your boundaries, and they're going to try to put this stuff in the schools as much as possible. And that's why I support this resolution. So, it's clear to see that a lot of people here haven't even read the resolution. They're still going to teach history. They're still going to teach it all. We just don't want to indoctrinate our children with this hateful rhetoric. So I support this resolution, and I am glad to see that Temecula Valley Unified, hopefully, will be a shining star on top of a hill, and to show the state how to be inclusive to all of these people and to parents like me, because I don't want it in my kids' schools, and I don't want it in my class. Merry
30
Christmas
seconds.
to all, and I hope you have a warm, loving, and Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last speaker, Gia Ruda. Is Gia here? Okay. Gia, sorry, Gia.
Pedophilia, a person sexually attracted to children. Grooming, the act of befriending a child for the purpose of molesting them. Child molestation is when an adult uses a child for sexual stimulation. I'm just asking that you don't respond to the dog whistle of those labeling people who support equal rights for the LGBTQ community as groomers, pedophiles, or child molesters, because we are none of those things. During my 25-year career in law enforcement, I was a sergeant and detective and the officer in charge of a sex registration unit. I have arrested real child molesters, and I assure you, standing up for equal rights does not make one a groomer or a pedophile or a child molester, so you stay on topic.
Ma'am, is this related to CRT?
Now, getting on to CRT, thank you so much. I'll just say this, when equality feels like oppression, you might be privileged. The fact that you take such exception to the word racism accentuates this truth. Using the word racism doesn't create racism any more than using the word pregnancy causes pregnancies. No one is asking children to feel badly about themselves simply for being white. History has been told for centuries by white people, millennia, by white people. So don't be salty that you're finally viewing history through the lens of others. Learning about slavery and systemic racism is not teaching children self-hatred. Newsflash, it's called history, and it's something we are in danger of repeating if we fail to study and learn from past mistakes. If you're not uncomfortable when you learn history, then you're not learning history, you're consuming propaganda. I want to thank the kids that showed up, the students, because I'm so proud of them, because they are smart and they are passionate. They deserve to be treated with respect and not disregarded like they don't matter, because they matter. Their history matters. So keep it up to all you great students out here, and I just strongly urge you to deny this ridiculous resolution.
Thank you, and that concludes our public comments for the agenda item. I call for a motion and a second that the governing board adopt resolution number 2022-23/21, policy against critical race theory, CRT. Do I have a motion and a second?
We have that. Mrs. Wiersma made the motion and Mr. Gonzalez seconded it. So now you can discuss it, ask questions if you want, or call for the vote.
I will go first on the discussion. So a lot has been said. First of all, I just want to thank everybody for being patient in this process, especially me, starting my first night. I'm here to keep a campaign promise, and I have knocked on thousands and thousands of doors in this community, and I've talked to thousands and thousands of parents/educators as well, and I am an educator. And on my campaign card, it says, and on my campaign statement, it says, fight for the excellence in education and proper curriculum, no to CRT and CSC. So this and my campaign statement on my website is very clear. I've said it for over 6 months, very transparent. This is what I'm here for. I'm here to honor the majority of the voters in Trustee Area 4 and my constituents that put me in here. We can close discussion and move to a vote. Do you want to hear our reasoning? This is an urgent matter for me. I created the document with Chris Arnold and Leandra Blades. There's no reason for us to cite ourselves when we interacted with one another. That's how the resolution got put forward by me and Chris. So, to go over that, I think this is an urgent matter. I don't want to wait another day because I'm against racism. I think that when you, let me just give you just a glimpse into my thoughts here. I will paraphrase PragerU, and then I will add a couple things. Yeah. Critical race theory holds that the most important thing about you is your race. The color of your skin, that's who you are. Not your behavior, not your values, not your environment, not anything related to your integrity that you have, not your character, your race. When somebody's labeled by their race, it treats them, it devalues their inherent worth. And yes, I love Martin Luther King's quote that we shouldn't judge. I would just urge you to respect the governing board, or we can close down our comments and we'll just move. I move for a motion to vote on this.
Absolutely not. We all need.
No way, we all have a chance to speak.
I'm not even allowed to speak, excuse me, and I'm not done.
And you're supposed to speak last as the president of the board.
You are being rude. I put forward the resolution.
You're supposed to speak last.
I put forward the resolution with all due respect. So are you
Read the
saying?
board priorities. You're supposed to speak less.
All right,
as the
so
board
I'm speaking
president.
to the resolution that I put forward. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. So I'll continue. It devalues somebody to use, yeah. So I love Martin Luther King Jr., and I love not judging somebody by the color of their skin, by the content of their character, and it doesn't come from him. It comes from the ancient Greeks. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Aristotle was the first to create a systematic view of virtue ethics in Nicomachean Ethics, and you know what he did? He rightly judged people by the collection of habits. You are the sum total of your choices. You are your habits. This choice that you have to mold your own character by your habits is what makes you morally praiseworthy and morally blameworthy, not the color of your skin. Metaphysically speaking, colors adhere to substances, and colors do not have the capacity to choose. It's incoherent, and it's self-refuting, and it's irrational. What is commonsensical is this: when you look up to people, you look up to them and you want to be like them because of their admirable moral qualities. What are these moral qualities? They're virtues and vices. Again, they're a collection of habits. Some of these moral qualities are courage, moderation, justice, hospitality, truthfulness, grace, friendliness, good judgment, empathy, fairness, compassion. This is what you judge people on. We do it every day. This is what I stand for, not something that judges somebody by the color of their skin, because it devalues them. CRT is a social and political theory, and it has no place in our schools. And just to reassure some of the people that might be doubting some of this policy was instituted in Paso Robles, and it's been alive and well for 3 semesters. And the superintendent was told all teaching staff, if you have any problems with this, or you feel like your rights are being violated, or anything like that, you just let me know. Not one single complaint in 3 semesters. There's another parental component that I want to acknowledge. I'm here to vote my values, and I encourage the other board members to vote their values, and I have no idea if anybody will support me. I think that this is urgent. And if it goes to vote tonight, just realize that I'm going to create a very robust public forum. I'm going to bring a panel of experts that can speak to CRT and educate the public so that you are also involved. Last but not least, and I'm going to speak to kind of what's happening right now. We all pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I believe in the American values. I am an Army veteran. I loved my country, and I served my country proudly, like my dad and my great uncles, and on and on and on. And there's one value that we always say, and I don't even know if the Pledge of Allegiance is being said in our classrooms anymore. So here's one. Here's one American value. Here's one American value. Indivisible. The American people should not be divided. We are indivisible. We are one people. CRT divides. It is divisive. According to CRT, everybody white up here is an oppressor. That is just immoral. Yeah. This is how divisive it is. So with that, I hand it over to Jen. Anybody else? I do want to remind everybody that this is a board conversation right now. It is the board members talking.
Dr. McClay, is there a way to do this differently without this continuing on the way that it's going? And what we've done is we've been here and listened and absorbed and wanted to hear you, but now at this point I want to ask, what are your suggestions?
So
you're asking a very legitimate question, and that's what I've been concerned about the entire evening. This is a meeting of the governing board. It is a privilege for the audience to be able to observe the meeting of the board. If the board can't conduct their business, however, they can and will ask the audience to leave, and then they can continue with only the press or certain folks who have been deemed to not been involved in causing disruption. So we need to have this conversation. That's why we have asked repeatedly if you could please let the board have the conversation. They gave you a very long time for public comments. Now I think it's time to hear what they think and move on. Dr. Komrosky has shared his thoughts. I would suggest you go down the line, provided the audience can keep it curtailed. And if you cannot, I think the board needs to make the decision if you would like the officers to clear the room.
Thank you, Dr. McClay. I appreciate that clarification. I have listened tonight. I have spent hours in this community talking to parents and families, knocking on doors, asking to hear their heart. There are a lot of ideas tonight that have been discussed that somehow all fall under the realm of CRT. I think community discussion like this is good because I've heard from so many different facets. It's important that you know that we do care. I want to read you a couple of things that I have written. Critical race theory does hold that the most important thing about you is your skin color. Again, it's not necessarily about your behavior, your values, your environment. It's about your race. And it begins with the theory that racism occurs in all the interactions, and it wants you to critically look for it in everything. It's true that they do want to put you in a box as either a victim or an exploiter. I think it is good to talk about CRT and exactly what the theory means in a variety of situations. I am not for not teaching history. I love history. I know we have imperfections as a country. And the thing to note is that there is nothing new under the sun. Every skin color has both been a slave and owned a slave. It's a flaw that we have as humans. Critical race, again, wants you to find racism in so many different aspects of every conversation. There are people who would wish to systematically dismantle the cultural structures that are in place. It's uniquely un-American because it questions equality, legal reasoning, and the neutral principles of constitutional law. Having said this, let me say not every idea with CRT is false. Ethnicity is a gift. It's actually been man that's created some different categories: white, black, Hispanic, Asian. Ethnicity is a gift. Diversity should be celebrated. There has always been an element of corrupt individuals wanting to yield power over others for money, selfish gain. No one's denied this. I don't deny the flaws in our past. There is nothing new under the sun. Having said this, America has spent a lot of time, money and blood, breaking free of its racist path. Does it mean we've reached a perfect place? No. The road has been rocky and imperfect. Great progress has been made. Critical race tells us that all progress could be a mirage, and that racism didn't die, it just hid itself better. So in essence, critical race theory is not a continuation of the civil rights movement, it's a repudiation of it. Our goal with not wanting you as students to be evaluated simply on the basis of your skin color is because we do care about you. This resolution could mean being proactive. When we look at curriculum and things come down the pike to evaluate, let's look at ethnic studies. It will be a requirement in California, and good. Good. We need to have these discussions. And I want you to know I've had them with parents in the community for months now. You can have several different aspects that come forward in a curriculum. A lot of times there's a lens, right, through which curriculum is written. We can have a constructive viewpoint that is exactly that. It's constructive. And we're going to consider all these conversations when it comes to history, ethnicity, flaws of our past, the different people in the world, and talk about it as it relates to some of what Dr. K just said. The character, the decisions, the accountability, the ability you have as an individual, not based on the color of your skin, but that content of character. There is something to that. And so if we have an ethnic studies curriculum that has a constructive viewpoint, that's what I see being a benefit for our students in the classroom. Not creating boxes and division and ideology and sowing seeds of discord. Let's learn together as Americans. Indivisible. People have worn red tonight. They've worn blue. We're under the red, white, and blue. With our flaws, with those things that we have overcome, we should celebrate them. And so when I look at possibly the liberated version of ethnic studies, the overemphasis of white supremacy and nationalism and a patriarchal view and putting you in a box because of your skin color and telling you, you know what, you're a victim or you're somebody that's taken advantage of other people. I don't want to be put in that box, and I don't want you to either. And I'm sad that the students aren't here tonight to hear this aspect. I know it's, midnight? I didn't care. I wanted to be here until midnight because this is important to me. And I think these conversations with our students are important. I do applaud the fact that they were here, but I wish they could hear from my heart tonight and know I am for them. I am for learning history. I am not for you being judged by your skin color. You are much more than that. It is a gift. It is a gift that I celebrate as an American. We should debate what the theory of CRT is if people ask about it in a classroom, but we shouldn't have exercises where students walk out of classrooms and they wonder. And know that I've talked to enough parents where I was given examples, not CRT stamped on a textbook, but examples, supplementary discussions, all of the things. And they said, can you tell me that that's something you're concerned about? And I am. And that's why we're talking about this resolution, because I think TVUSD is amazing. And I'm thankful my kids have been in school here. But I want to proactively, knowing what's coming down the pike, for this conversation to be understood. And so at this point, I want to thank you for listening. This is one of the first times tonight where I've felt it. And I appreciate it. And it's been a great honor to campaign and to be here tonight. Thank you for setting time aside to be here and to share, because it does mean a lot to me.
I asked for this resolution to be removed from the agenda in closed session, and I had a whole speech prepared on why I believe it's wrong, but my young students, our young students, said it way better than I could say it, and I applaud you. I also want to applaud our teachers who came here and stood up for the right to free speech and for people to say what's on their mind. I just want to add one other thing. We have government priorities as a board, and our first priority is keep learning and achievement for all students as the primary focus. I can't tell you how disappointed I am as a board member that the first two resolutions that came to this board were ridiculous, should never have been proposed, and don't belong in our school district. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I feel like there's some confusion here by my fellow board members. CRT is not being taught in our schools. There is no need for this resolution. However, what this resolution does is it does, in fact, silence history. I reached out to people of this community, of the Black community, who I have engaged during this campaign, to hear their voices. And they can speak to this much better than I can, and we've heard from many of them tonight, but I wanted to share a little bit of what I heard, because if we are talking about parental rights and listening to parents, I think it's quite ridiculous that we're putting this serious of an agenda item on the first agenda to be voted on without taking it to our parents, without taking it to our students, without taking it into the established committees. It makes no sense. Anyone who knows me knows I'm a logical thinker, I'm a problem solver, I'm a CEO of a company, and I would never present something to any group of people to vote on until it was fully vetted. And this has not been to our satisfaction. But I do want to share a couple of things really quickly. I know it's late, I'm really sorry guys, but I can't, I gotta say this. And my own daughter is still sitting up there, it's after midnight. Go to bed, Grace, go to bed. Thanks for supporting me, Grace. So I did reach out to my friend Brandy, who's here tonight, and we heard from her family. And you will have to excuse me because as many of you know, I do get emotional about things I feel passionate about, and I am very passionate about this. I've spent my entire career working as an advocate for children, and most of the children I work with fall into these categories that we're addressing tonight. Brandy is a local mom and a business owner here in the community, and she attended this school in the not so distant past. And when she was at this school, there were skinheads who were allowed to wear swastikas here at this very school. And even today, it's difficult for her to come on this campus because of the trauma she experienced. And I find it shocking that we would discount those experiences. I can't say I've had those experiences, and I would never claim to be able to speak to the experiences of others. But I know that my friends want us to have all students understand history in order for it not to repeat itself. And that we cannot silence the Black and brown voices that want to speak on this subject, and we need to honor those. We're not honoring those voices by voting up here as a primarily white board on this subject when we have not talked to them about this. We've heard from them tonight, and we need to honor that and take this into a committee and discuss it further. There are pieces of this that are terrible. Not to mention, as has been presented tonight, there are many practical reasons not to. The AP board has already said they have a close watch. I don't want my child to not be able to have an AP test and that credit that she worked so hard for, and I don't want any student not to be able to have that. In addition, in the Placentia Yorba Linda district, where a similar resolution was passed, Cal State Fullerton pulled all of their student teachers from that district. They terminated their contract with the district because of a resolution like this. Is that what we want Temecula to be known for? That people will not and cannot work with us? I don't want that for this district. The American Historical Association also weighed in on this, saying that we need to teach accurate history. It is important. It is vital to our students. As we send kids off into the world, how can we send them off into places of higher learning where they will learn lots of different things? We cannot edit history or only teach the part that certain groups feel are most important. I love America, just as I think all of us do here, but it's crucial we teach our students the entirety of this great nation's history, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Last year, when my daughter was studying, in her textbook, there was one sentence in her textbook regarding Japanese internment camps. One. And I had just finished reading a book on the subject, and it stated that immigrants were treated shabbily. I will never get that out of my head, because after hearing firsthand accounts of what happened in Japanese internment camps, shabbily does not begin to describe it. She was very upset and deceived by the fact that that was what was taught to her, and committed to bring that subject up to her teacher. Just this week, my husband was telling me about someone he met from Morocco, but was of Native American descent. I was embarrassed to say, I had to Google that to see how could that possibly be. But for the first time in my life, I learned that New England settlers sold between 3 and 5 million Native Americans as slaves to many other countries, including Europe. As a white person, do I feel responsible for these historical transgressions? Do I feel personal guilt? No. Do I feel horrified and appalled? And I want to learn more about these parts of history that I was never taught to ensure history doesn't repeat itself? Absolutely. Andrea stole my thunder with my favorite quote from Maya Angelou. I tell my kids all the time, know better, do better, which is the simplified version of, do the best you can until you know better. Then once you know better, do better. But how can we expect our students to do better if we are disabling them to know better? So I would implore this board, I understand that it's important for you to bring forth a resolution that makes a powerful statement on your first night here. However, listen to the voices that were spoken tonight. Think of the parents that we promised to listen to the teachers, to the people who aren't here. And table this discussion and take it through the proper channels before we vote on it. Thank you.
I want to echo a few of the things that were said, and the first and foremost is I'm really encouraged by the civic mindedness of some of our students in Temecula Valley, and I appreciate you guys and girls showing up out here, staying this late, and engaging with us. That's what we want. That's what I want to see, and that's what we want to encourage. I want to talk specifically about this resolution and how I see it, and I want to start by saying that I don't see anything in this policy that seeks to undermine the teaching of true American history. Quite to the contrary, I believe that learning all the warts, scars, and bruises of the past arms students with the knowledge to be sure that we do not repeat past transgressions. One of the most interesting rebuttals I've heard over and over to this resolution is that CRT is not taught in K through 12 schools, or that it's a graduate level law class, and so often it gets dismissed as such. This is the first honest discussion I've heard on the topic where the truth came out. There was arguments right after saying that we don't teach this but here's why we should keep teaching it. And it's striking. I talk about CRT in the context of AB 101 and some of the things that are coming down with ethnic studies model curriculum, and how our board is going to guide those philosophies and how we're going to evaluate what curriculum we want to put forward and how we want our kids to be taught the history and the history of racism in this country. We need to have the conversations. They're valid. We need to discuss these topics, but we need to do it in a constructive way. And I fully support the resolution as written.
I'd like to call a vote then. All in favor of the resolution?
I'm sorry, Dr. Thomas, did you already get those revisions that I'm sorry, that
I haven't heard any revisions for this particular resolution. Have I missed that?
I believe there was a typo and there was some missing reference.
So this, let's go right here, TVUSD, no, all the monics are good. I think the only typo I had was in the one for resolution.
I thought it was on the other
Resolution
resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I thought it was on the other resolution.
Resolution
Okay.
9.
Okay.
Yep.
So then you have a motion on the floor, you can call for the vote.
Yeah, I call for the vote. All in favor? Aye.
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 All against? All opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Strongly opposed.
Rulings passed 3-2. We're on R, negotiations update.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Komrosky. I'll be pretty brief. I'll start with TVA. We had a couple of subcommittee meetings with...
Excuse me, Frank, 1 second. Thank you, everybody, for coming out, participating.
Okay, so just the TVA update. We had a couple subcommittee meetings with TVA. We met to discuss job descriptions related to social workers and licensed clinical social workers. And we also had a subcommittee meeting related to elementary case management MOU. So lots of great conversations there taking place regarding these important topics. With CSCA, we have 3 sessions that have been scheduled to continue successor negotiations, and those are scheduled for January 17th, February 1st, and February 3rd. Dr. Komrosky, that's it for my negotiations update.
Thank you so much, Frank. Will you please respect the board's ability to conduct business over here? Thank you so much. On to S, board comments. Any board comments? Okay, Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, one thing I learned, the way to get children to stop reading books is to ban them. The way to get children to stop studying CRT is to ban it.
I just want to make a comment that we are going to look forward to continuing the conversation. We want history to be taught.
Okay, we're moving on to item T, superintendent comments.
We got all the board comments? It's been a long night, or morning, I think, right? So I'll just take the opportunity one more time, welcome our new members, tell you thank you for your service. It's obviously a very hard position, and we appreciate your willingness to serve in this capacity. And then I'll just say to anyone left, including those up here, I wish you all a joyous, restful holiday filled with family and love.
Thank you, Dr. McClay. Item U, future agenda items, board annual workshop, January date to be announced, and did we determine that it's January 10th?
You got it.
Staff will present information on the following agenda items for the next regular board meeting in January 2023, dashboard analysis and action, state seal of civic engagement proposal, financial audit.
And you agreed earlier that that would be January 31st.
Correct. Okay, item V, there's no need to go back into closed section. And Y, announcement of the next meeting. The next regular open session business meeting on the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for January 10th, or no, 31st, because it's a workshop for 31st, 2023. And on to item Z, adjournment. This meeting is adjourned today, December 13th, 2022 at 12:23